Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, to the counsel, who assists the attorney, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good evening and ready for the day. We're here again on the state's case in chief. So I think you completed the testimony of your last witness. Who's the next witness?
Christopher Williams.
Christopher Williams, please. You are Christopher Williams?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
This is our witness stand, and come on in. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Please take your legal name for the record. Christopher Williams. Please go to the last name, please. C-H-R-I-S-T-O-T-H-E-R-W-N-L-L-I-N-S.
Please have a seat. Williams, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down to move back and forth. All right. Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Detective, how are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Well, thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am now Sergeant Christopher Williams. I work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
Congratulations on your promotion. My apologies, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your current assignment is with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Road Patrol Division in the Pompano Beach District.
And how long have you been there?
1 month.
In terms of prior to going and becoming a sergeant on that promotion, what did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Previous to that, I worked in the crime scene unit of the Sheriff's Office for 11 years.
When you worked in the crime scene unit, were you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What were some of your job responsibilities and tasks as a crime scene detective?
So, crime scene detective for the Broward Sheriff's Office, most of us are all sworn. We have 12 sworn law enforcement officers in there, 3 civilians. We respond to major crime scenes, rape, murder, homicide, suicide, suspicious death, police-involved shootings, and robberies with a crime scene and a victim. We also respond to shootings that happen with a victim as well, and we investigate. Those are the only things that we investigate. Anything less would be investigated by the Road Patrol Division.
Okay, so Sergeant, you mentioned that you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office. What jurisdictional boundaries do you do work for the Broward Sheriff's Office?
We have the entire county of Broward.
All right, do you assist other agencies on occasion?
We do. So we have naturally there's I believe 27 municipalities in the county of Broward. The sheriff has 17 contracts for police services for those for 17 of them. And there's some smaller municipalities that we have what's called an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Lighthouse Point, Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, the smaller agencies who don't necessarily have as much crime, but when they do, the crime scene unit for the sheriff's office will go and assist them with it. On top of that, we will assist other agencies, such as Hallandale Beach. We have an MOU with them currently right now to investigate their homicides. We also will assist other agencies at the request of that agency or at the request of the state attorney's office.
So with regards to the 11 years in crime scene as a detective, what did you do before that for the Sheriff's Office?
Prior to that, I worked on road patrol in the city of Deerfield Beach. And prior to that, I worked in the jail for 2 years.
So in terms of your entire time at the Sheriff's Office, how many years do you have in?
I'm getting ready to start number 20.
Okay. Going on to specifically your training and experience in the crime scene unit, Do you take specialized training when you are brought into the crime scene unit as a detective?
Yes, so for the Broward Sheriff's Office, we start off our brand new detectives with 1,000 hours, which equals about 1 year of on-the-job training. We also have them attend multiple classes, medical examiner, death investigation classes, shooting classes, and bloodstain classes, and footwear and tire wear examination classes. And we also are all registered with the IAI, which is called the International Association of Identification. And we make sure that we're all certified within that unit.
So in terms of maintaining the IAI, or International Association of Identification certification, what's required?
So there's actually a very long, there's a test that goes with that, and lots of studying. We need to know a lot of forensic work, how to use the camera properly, which is probably the most challenging part of the class, because naturally we need to capture the scene, and a lot of times the scenes are at night. So the nighttime photography becomes the challenge for most of our detectives as they come into our unit. So we have to be proficient in photography, proficient in investigations, make sure that, a suicide is really a suicide and not a homicide, or a hanging is really a hanging. So we're all taught how to investigate these things and recognize the differences between what is presented to us versus what it really is.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. You mentioned you spent a number of years on road patrol as well before becoming a crime scene detective. While you were on road patrol, did you have to deal with traffic crash reconstruction?
Yes. So in road patrol, I was fortunate enough, like I said, to work in the city of Deerfield Beach. They're a very good city for the sheriff's office. They support the deputies very well. Each city has what's called LETF funds, which is law enforcement trust funds. It's money seized from drug forfeitures, drug money, drug cars, stuff like that. And the city actually sets aside $25,000 a year at that time to send deputies to schools. I opted to take them up on that offer and attended multiple advanced traffic homicide investigation classes, basic traffic homicide investigation classes, traffic crash reconstruction classes at that expense, which I was very fortunate to do.
So after you took some of these traffic crash reconstruction classes, approximately how many of those reconstructions did you do while working on road patrol?
A lot. Probably every single crash that I investigated, I treated it with I applied the training that I obtained just to maintain my proficiency in the training that I had on it. So whether it was a basic crash or a 5-car crash, it was all treated with the training that I had obtained.
Would that be more than 100 times you had the opportunity to use that training as a road patrol deputy?
Yes.
In terms of the actual reconstruction of a traffic crash, what types of principles are you relying upon when you're doing a recreation?
It is math. Essentially what it boils down to is math. So you're obtaining measurements, and so for instance, on a traffic crash, you skid, you hit a car, and you come to a stop. So that you have measurements of the skid marks to obtain a speed. You have measurements of the crush damage from each vehicle. And you also have what's called coefficient of friction, which is the gripping, if you will, of the road. So all of that requires trig, and it all gets put into a very long math equation to actually calculate the speed that the person was going when they crashed into the other car or a wall or a tree, wherever they crashed into. Same things are applied if they don't skid. So if they don't skid and they crash right into a tree without even touching the brakes, that crush damage also gets applied to determine their speed.
So, Detective, it sounds like you used a lot of that high school trigonometry and geometry that we learned.
Yes.
It's been a while, so I'm going to have to ask you to go slow on some of that, if you don't mind, okay?
Okay.
With regards to shooting reconstruction, how does the traffic crash reconstruction help and make you a better shooting reconstructionist?
So it's the same principles that of math that are applied in for traffic crash reconstruction that would be applied in shooting reconstruction.
So going into specifically shooting reconstruction courses, have you taken a number of those while working as a crime scene detective?
I have.
And can you talk about the number of ones that you've taken?
I've taken West Virginia State University shooting reconstruction class and a shooting reconstruction class with the University of North Florida, the Institute of Police Technology and Management.
And in terms of the number of hours in shooting reconstruction courses on those two that you just discussed, approximately how many?
Approximately 80 hours.
Additionally, have you taken the basic traffic homicide investigation course?
Yes.
And you talked about traffic crash reconstruction courses. Have you taken other ones of those while you've been a crime scene detective?
For traffic crash?
Yes.
No.
No. Do you take a class in terms of death investigations?
Yes.
And what is that?
So death investigations is to determine what you're looking at when you see a deceased body. So I always like to say the body's the biggest rat on the planet. It will, if you know what you're looking for, you'll be able to determine what happened.
So, Sergeant, sorry, still getting used to that one. Sergeant, in terms of the time of arrival on the scene, is crime scene there before the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
So when you are first looking and determining whether or not a death is suspicious, you're the first person looking at that body.
Correct.
So could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that principles of death investigation class taught you briefly?
So it would teach us if we're dealing with an overdose, what to look for when we're dealing with an overdose. It would teach us if it's what to look for with, if there's gunshot wounds, what to look for if you have what looks to be nothing. You just have a body there and 23-year-old male who just died. Teaches us what to look for. So we're looking for petechia hemorrhaging, which is what you'll see in the eyes, which are little blood vessels that are throughout your whole entire body. And if they are squeezed, if you have a particular squeeze, you'll see petechia hemorrhaging in the eyes. You'll see it on the bottom of the eyelids. You also see it in the chest quite often. In an area where there's trauma of strangulation, you'll see lots of petechia hemorrhaging. So that's just some of what we're looking for when we're making our determination on what actually happened with the decedent.
During the death investigation course, does it give you a general idea of how to collect evidence on those cases?
Yes.
Do you also have training in specific crime scene investigations and collection of evidence?
Yes.
About how many hours?
Well, that was 40 hours also.
And in terms of your day-to-day job when you were in crime scene, how much of your time was spent actually collecting, documenting, and preserving evidence?
So we are quite busy in Broward County. There's only 12 of us, and we have, like I said, 17 cities to serve. and our MOU cities. So roughly 1 or 2 a day.
So would that be half of your time?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about shooting reconstruction courses that you took. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen a little bit about what is an approach angle or an angle of entry?
An angle of entry would be from a projectile or a bullet into a target. So it's the flight path, if you will, as it's going in. That flight path would then once it makes its contact with its target, we would then be able to determine its angle of entry.
And is that similar to some of the things you do in the traffic crash reconstruction, approach angles of cars hitting one another?
Yes, so approach angles would also apply to traffic crash investigations. So it's a little different. It's the same math, but essentially, if you have a car that T-bones another car, one car is going 80 and the other car is going 40, what happens is due to physics and velocity, they end up switching speeds, and the 40-mile-an-hour car goes faster and the 80-mile-an-hour car goes slower. So those are part of approach angles, and that's how we would be able to determine pre-crash speed and post-crash speed. So a lot of times you'll see that you'll have a higher speed from the original and a lower speed from the original, and it throws people off sometimes.
So does this also help with the shooting reconstruction? You're using that same angle map.
Yes.
Have you taken classes in blood stain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is first?
So blood is a unique liquid. It contains, and it's unlike any liquid on the planet, so it has unique features when it is altered. So when it's outside of the body and contact is made with it, it will create a pattern. Or if you have, say, a knife and you stab it into somebody and you pull that knife out, the knife naturally will have blood on it, and that blood coming back on the knife, with the knife coming in the backwards position, will come off of the blade and it will make a stain. Or if you take blood and hit it with a hammer, it will make a different type of stain. So there's several types of stains that are associated with blood stain, and those all need to be interpreted to determine exactly what happened, and in some cases it can tell you where the assailant was.
Okay. In terms of blood stain pattern analysis, how long was that class that you took?
40 hours.
Do they have a discussion about what is blowback?
Yes.
What is that?
So blowback is very simple. The easiest way that I can explain it is, and everybody in this courtroom, this has happened to them. You have your garden hose with the big nozzle on it, and you get ready to wash the car, and you hit the rim, and what happens? The water comes right back at you and hits you in the face. The same thing would happen with blowback. So if you're in close vicinity with a firearm and you shoot somebody, depending on where you shoot them at on their body, the blood will come back in that same direction of the velocity that it came from. So if it came from me to you, if the bullet went from me to you, the blood is going to come from you to me. Same thing as the garden hose theory. It's a phenomenon that happens. It's all with Newton. Newton figured it all out, and he was very right, and you can't ever escape it.
So with regards to that, if you shoot a dead body, you have the same blowback pattern?
No, you will not.
Why not?
So a dead body, it does not have any circulation. So there's no blood flowing through the body. post-mortem, once you're dead, what happens is we get what's called rigor mortis, which is also called lividity. And what that is pooling of the blood. So if you die on your back, almost immediately the blood starts to pool all the way to your back. So all the blood will just kind of, gravity brings it all the way down to your back. Eventually it will become fixed and it will stay there. So if we roll you over, it will not go back in that other direction. If it's not yet fixed, we can flip the body over and the blood will then flow the other way again.
Is that something that would help determine an approximate time of death?
Yes, so lividity starts to kick in anywhere between 4 to 6 hours after death. It will become fixed approximately 18 hours after death. So generally when we come in contact with a body, we will check for lividity. And a lot of times, if you I could probably show on my hand, if you touch and then let go, you see that my hand was red because there's blood there, and then I push and it's white, but it then refills with blood. With lividity, that's called blanching. So it's not, when lividity blanches, that means that lividity is not fixed. Remember I told you that it will become permanent. So if we touch the lividity portion of a body and it doesn't blanch, then we know that the lividity is fixed and we know an approximate time of death.
In terms of the goal of a crime scene detective or reconstruction, what are you trying to work backwards to?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Do you know when you go there and see a body, what happened before?
Not right away.
So what is your goal in any sort of crime scene reconstruction?
To read the crime scene. So I want to read what the crime scene is telling me. The crime scene is going to, it sounds corny, but it's going to talk to me. It's going to tell me what happened, where it happened. It's not going to necessarily tell me why. I'm not interested in why, but I am interested in what happened, where it happened, and what evidence was left behind due to the actions of what happened.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about the crime scene photography you do as well and the crime scene reconstruction of a shooting incident. You also have training just in homicide investigation and advanced homicide investigations.
I do.
And what types of time frames and hours on those?
For homicide investigation was a 40-hour class, and advanced homicide investigation was another 40-hour class.
So Sergeant Williams, with regards to your on-the-job experience, do you have training and experience putting those skills that you learned into practice?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations did you go to during your 11 years in crime scene?
Approximately 800.
In terms of, as a crime scene traffic homicide crash, did you go to incidents in which the vehicle was the weapon?
Yes.
And how many times was that an issue?
Twice.
And in terms of the shooting reconstructions, how many times have you had the opportunity to use those skills in practice?
So those skills and practices, I would say well over 100. Any time that a shooting reconstruction can be done, it will be done. And it's important. Our job in crime scene is to figure out what happened, corroborate stories, and if the evidence is going to corroborate somebody's story. So it's that's, if it can be reconstructed, then naturally we're going to reconstruct it.
And in terms of prior opportunities to testify in court as a shooting reconstruction expert, have you done that?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
2 other times
And in what jurisdiction was that?
here in Broward County.
Going in terms of when you're doing these shooting reconstructions, what are you first step in this process?
The first step is, so if in a car, in a house, or just in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the first step obviously is to say we have a house. First step is to process our scene and collect as much evidence as we can before we do any type of reconstruction. So we want to document as much as possible, collect as much as possible, because low card's theory for crime scene is you introduce something to a crime scene every time you enter, and you take something away from a crime scene every time you exit. So therefore, we want to maintain low card and stay in, document, collect, process the scene before we do any type of reconstruction.
So, Sergeant, is a shooting reconstruction an absolute fact of what happened or a reasonable explanation?
It's a reasonable explanation.
Why is that?
Because I wasn't there. I wasn't there to witness it. I wasn't there to stop it. So there's no way for me to be absolute. I can be pretty close to.
Okay, so talking, you said, on low card and not introducing anything new to the crime scene. What types of measures do you take to make sure you don't leave any evidence of your entry into the crime scene behind?
So we'll generally don tie-back suits, which if you've ever watched Forensic Files or anything, you see us in the goofy smart suits, gloves, masks, eyewear. And the whole purpose of that is we don't want our hair in there. We don't want our DNA in there. We don't want our fingerprints in there. And our sweat. We want to try to gather as much evidence from us and contain it in the smart suit.
Okay, in terms of, you said you weren't there. Can you ever state with 100% certainty, absent the video, how a firearm was being held?
No.
Can you ever say with 100% certainty exactly how many feet a shooter was away from a moving target?
A standard or a standing shooter to a moving target?
Yes.
No.
What about the opposite? You have a moving shooter and a stationary target.
No.
Why not?
Because, excuse me, sorry.
If you need water or anything, please let me know.
So the movement of these items is going to create false distances because the target has the receiving end of the bullet, the projectile, has moved. So if the receiving end of the projectile is stationary, then we can do a complete reconstruction.
So if there's movement involved, that complicates it.
Yes.
Are you trying to make and determine locations potentially to look for evidence?
Sorry?
Or in doing a shooting reconstruction, are you trying to look for areas in which evidence might be collected?
I would, if I'm doing a reconstruction for one of my scenes, I would have all the evidence collected prior to that. If it's in a car, sometimes I can't find a projectile. When I begin my reconstruction, my trajectory rod will generally lead me to a projectile. And when it does, then we come to a grinding halt, grab the camera, photograph what we found, and collect what we found, and then continue on with our reconstruction.
So, Sergeant Williams, to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have one projectile mark in the wall behind you, and you're trying to figure out where in this courtroom you would look for casings or surveillance footage, is that something shooting reconstruction would help with?
It would help with, it would definitely help, but we could also, if it perforated the wall, then we can do a reconstruction. And perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays.
And in terms of, so we're clear on that, can you do a reconstruction on a penetrating gunshot defect?
No.
What about a perforating one?
Perforating, yes.
Why?
Because we have a second hole. So if we only have one hole, the projectile did not complete its flight path because it was stopped. So because it did not complete the flight path, I cannot tell you the angle or the trajectory that it came in at. But if it perforates it and creates an additional hole, now it has completed a flight path. Even if it goes into a third or fourth target, the initial first and second hole is that actual flight path or trajectory of that projectile.
And in terms of, you talked about like secondary targets, intervening targets, is that something you've done training and experience looking at when you're doing a shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, glass. Does that have specific properties that you would look for deflection?
So glass, so tempered glass, which is what is in every vehicle, mainly because if you're driving down the road and a rock comes off a truck and it hits your windshield, you don't want it to shard and stab you in the eye as you're driving down the road. So all of the glass inside an automobile is tempered glass, which means that it goes into little tiny pieces. It also has a piece of plastic or clear plastic in the middle. It's actually two pieces of glass with a piece of plastic in the middle, which keeps it intact. But the tempered glass will create some type of movement to a projectile. Generally, it will cause, depending on the spin of the projectile, so as some barrels of a gun are going to rotate the projectile to the right, and some will rotate it to the left, and some will not rotate it at all. Generally, they're all rotated to the right, so when the projectile enters into the tempered glass, the projectile will tend to go to the right. It won't necessarily alter the trajectory, it's just turning it.
Okay. So this is things that have been documented and studied in the field of shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
In terms of other materials, sheet metal, wood, are these other items that you would look at and determine whether they were involved before you go forth and render an opinion on shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
So going back into, I want to make sure it's clear, how does the discipline of shooting reconstruction differ from firearms and tool marks?
So firearms and tool marks deals with the identification of the internal workings of a firearm and the cartridge cases of the that come out of the firearm and the projectiles that come out of the firearm. They deal with that part, where I will deal with the ballistics part of it, of shooting reconstruction.
So when you say ballistics, do you mean inside the gun or outside?
Outside of the gun.
In terms of, can you define what is a terminal ballistics?
Terminal ballistics is the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
In terms of this specific case, did you make any promises as to the outcome of your investigation before it started?
No.
What did you say when you were contacted to look at this case?
I said that I'll take a look at it and we'll see what I come up with.
And do you have any sort of fixed determination when you look at any shooting reconstruction?
No.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay, with regards to that, who contacted you?
You, ma'am.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So, if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, would you suggest that as well?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual?
Location data, no. Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car.
Correct.
In terms of, were you asked to consult on any sort of medical examiner's office findings?
Their findings, I obviously their findings are final, but I needed their photographs and their measurements that they conducted. So I did reach out to obtain their reports and their photographs.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yes.
Where was that car being held and stored?
That car is being held at the Broward Sheriff's Office confiscation warehouse.
And if you could explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that warehouse looks like on the inside.
It is basically a gigantic warehouse that stores cars that are involved in crime.
In terms of, in this warehouse, are the cars sealed individually in each location?
Yes.
What types of materials are used to prevent cross-contamination from the various cars?
All of the cars are closed. They're sealed with red evidence tape. If windows are missing, plastic goes over them so that nothing can get into the car. The plastic would assume the role of windows so that nothing can get inside.
In terms of the security of that building, is anyone allowed to come and go into that building?
Absolutely not.
When you are doing an analysis of this Jeep, this car in this case, how do you do that?
So in this case, I actually had the vehicle in question towed from the confiscation warehouse to the crime scene unit, which has a forensic processing garage. And from there, I began my investigation on the vehicle.
The forensic processing garage, where is that located?
What floor are we on?
Fourth.
4 floors down.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the forensic processing garage is outfitted?
So it's outfitted, actually has a car lift in it so that we can lift the car in the air, look underneath, see if there's anything in there. There's a plasma cutter in there. There's torches in there. Every tool that you can think of that you would find in a mechanic shop plus more is available in that garage.
In terms of you mentioned you reviewed some of the medical examiner's information and photographs. What other things did you review in this case?
I reviewed the crime scene photos that were taken by the Miramar Police Department.
And those were provided to you and the medical examiner's office. Any other photos or any other documentation that you reviewed from the Miramar Police Department?
I reviewed the crime scene unit report from Mr. Kelly.
With regards to the trajectory analysis that was done by the Miramar Police Department, did you review those photographs?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen during what was the issue with the screen.
So the Miramar Police Department used string with a putty, and they attached the string to the beginning of the projectile hole on the back of the seat of this vehicle. And then they took that string and they brought it back to a big ruler. However, the string...
Sorry, let me interrupt you for just a second. With regards to their attempt to recreate the back glass, what was the purpose of that?
I believe, to determine some type of trajectory.
Is that something that would be useful in this case?
The trajectory would be useful, yes.
But what about trying to recreate that back windshield and the height that a specific projectile would have gone in?
Yes.
And would the, going forward, you were mentioning talking about the strings, were they taut in a straight line?
No, the strings actually were sagging, which can cause inaccurate readings.
So in terms of that was the specific issue you took with their trajectory in it?
Correct.
In terms of the trajectory rods that were placed through the car by the Miramar Police Department, were there any issues or concerns that you could see from the photograph?
Not with the rods.
So in terms of the data that you relied upon, the physical car, how did you process that?
So I actually, once the car got into our garage, I photographed it in place, and then I put on my smart suit, and I actually sat in the car.
Okay, in terms of, you said you photographed it. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review the photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to the defense counsel and marked for identification as state quadruple D. Detective Williams, do you recognize this flash drive?
Yes.
How do you recognize that flash drive?
Those are my initials and ID.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the photos on the drive before you came to court?
Yes.
They fairly accurately depict your involvement and role in this investigation.
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, state would request to move state quadruple D in as state 77.
Objection.
No objection in principle, I just need to know the date that was related.
All of
The date.
them. All the dates. All the photos on one mistake.
Okay. All right, no objection.
It'll be admitted.
State quadruple D, New York State 77.
Okay. So, Detective, I'm going to start with publishing these, and you took a number of photographs.
Yes.
So I want to start and do them in order by time. So I'm going to start here. You mentioned the blue Smurf suit, so I'm going to start with what's been labeled as CSW 6747. Is this the Smurf suit you were talking about?
Yes.
And is that you in that photograph?
Absolutely not.
I won't tell him you said that. So I want to go forward here to 6762. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
So this is inside our processing garage. This is the vehicle in question, and these are trajectory rods that have been inserted into the vehicle to terminal points.
What is the purpose of putting in these trajectory rods and photographing them?
The purpose of putting them in is number one, to create a trajectory. Number two, the picture is for demonstrative purposes to show where the projectiles, how the projectiles entered into the vehicle. They don't necessarily just where the ends of the projectiles are, do not necessarily reflect where a shooter was standing. However, they just reflect where the trajectory or the angle into the vehicle is.
Okay, so we talked about angles, so I want to make sure that we can understand that. Are you taking angle measurements from these trajectory rods?
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a right triangle with geometry with these trajectory rods in order to obtain an angle. Some people will use a protractor to do that. However,
Then I want to since geometry, explain what a protractor is, please.
so the protractor is always flat on one end and it has a half moon on the other. May I stand?
Please, if you would, yes.
So if you use a protractor, and obviously a vehicle is angled, it's aerodynamic, so it's some of it comes out like this, some cars like that. If you use a protractor, and obviously a protractor has to be flat, you're going to get an incorrect angle. So I use geometry to create a right triangle, which would then give me the actual angle of each site marker.
So, Sergeant, are you telling me that you use the Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
Yes.
I think I owe an apology to my high school geometry. Okay, so, talking about that, is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yes.
And what does that tell you?
That tells me an angle. So obviously you have, it has to equal 180 degrees. We start off always at 90, and then we would work our way to determining that angle.
Are you looking at more than one angle on each of these particular entrance defects?
There are different angles for each site marker.
Are you looking at the vertical angle?
These are all going to be horizontal angles.
Okay. And when you say we're using...
Vertical angles, yes.
And so we're using a poster board and a knitting needle help demonstrate the different types of angles that you're measuring on that.
A knitting angle? Needle?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Here, let's say it would be using a demonstrative exhibit here.
Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining and illustrating his testimony. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. The demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, are not in evidence and do not go back to the jury during your deliberations.
So, current counsel has been marked as A, B, and C. You need to move it. Facing out. So starting with what this demonstrative is on strike mark A. If you could illustrate, could you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would insert a trajectory rod if you were trying to do the trajectory of strike mark A, and we're going to hold it at a 90-degree angle.
So naturally, just to put a disclaimer here, this is only one hole. So I would need a second hole to complete this. However, you would start with inserting the trajectory rod, and you would follow, you don't just shove it in, you actually gently follow the flight path of the projectile until it reaches terminal, and then you stop.
So if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're looking at the vertical angle, what part of it are you measuring?
So I would measure from the ground to the actual strike mark. That would be a measurement that I would need. The ground to the tip of the rod, and then the length of the rod that is sticking out from the projectile hole. That all gets put into fancy math, and it produces an angle.
And so the angle that you are measuring, if you could show with your finger what angle you're trying to figure out.
Trying to get the trajectory angle, the flight path of the projectile.
So is that side to side or top to bottom?
That's going to be from top to bottom.
Okay. So that on strike mark A, does this illustrate a practically 90 degree?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to strike mark B here. Would you use the same math on this particular type of trajectory entrance or exit?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you're talking about the vertical angle here, what area are you looking at measuring?
The same one. So we'll go from the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, and then from the strike mark entry to the end of the rod for the length of the rod.
And in terms of the side-to-side angle, or azimuth, as it's sometimes referred to, is this again at a 90 degrees to the side of this piece of poster board?
Yes.
Moving on to strike mark C. How would you do the same trajectory analysis on strike mark C?
Strike mark C would be very similar with we would want to know the entrance or the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, but then we would have to get a horizontal distance and use the I'm trying to remember off my head. The side of the wall to the tip of the rod.
So you're then getting the azimuth or the entry angle on
Correct.
side to side.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the math and everything else, you're making the same right triangle every time.
Yes.
Okay. So, what you're doing with these trajectory rods, is this repeatable?
Yes.
Can someone come back and check your work?
Yes.
In terms of the projectiles in this case, what was your goal when you start doing these trajectory rods?
The goal was at the request, which was to determine if this was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. With the perforations or defects in the car, are you matching them up with any and all recovered projectiles?
Yes.
So I want to go, and in terms of, you mentioned that there was, if you found a projectile or you thought there should be a projectile somewhere, you would stop and look for it.
Yes.
Can you explain if that happened in this case?
It did.
Okay, and so I want to go forward and go to some of your photos from the recovery of projectiles. Did you recover projectiles in this case?
2 projectiles were recovered from this vehicle.
And where were they recovered from?
The first projectile was recovered from underneath the back seat,
Okay.
and the second projectile was recovered on the passenger side interior B pillar.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward and show the jury what's been labeled as CSW_677. What are we looking at here in this photo?
May I stand?
Please. And there's actually a red rod right next to you that you want to point with that.
Right here is a projectile.
Okay. That was recovered from the steep. So the steep was actually lifted up, and that projectile was recovered from underneath the seat.
And so when you're saying underneath the seat, what seat are you talking about?
The back seat.
Did you have to remove the seat to get to that projectile?
I did.
Okay, and in CSW 6778, is that another view of that same projectile?
Correct.
So you mentioned there was an additional projectile recovered from this car, and you said the B pillar?
The passenger side B-pillar interior.
And so if you could orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in what we're looking at in photo CSW 6772, what area of the car are we looking at?
This is the passenger side interior B-pillar.
Okay, and so if you could explain where the front seat passenger would be in relation to this photo. Right?
Can you blow it up?
Actually,
guess not.
Detective or
Okay.
Sergeant, sorry, I think council needs to approach.
We need a short recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinions about the case. Allow anyone to discuss the case further. So, no recess. Please, okay. Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the offense of the defendant, the counsel, the three state attorneys, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. Witness Sergeant Williams remains on stand. We're ready to proceed with the direct counsel today.
Thank you. Okay, Sergeant, so I'm going through some of the photos, and here we have the first photo that you took in this case. What were you documenting?
This is documenting the vehicle as it initially came to me, with the plastic wrap around the window that was broken out, and showing the tag as well.
Okay, and is this the vehicle that you did the analysis on?
Yes,
And what tag from the state of Florida was assigned?
that is the tag IEKD22.
Excuse me, can we get the date? I did not call the date when this was done.
Detective, or sorry, Sergeant, were these photos from the initial evaluation of the Jeep?
December 17th, 2021.
And so based on that, when was the initial date you were contacted by myself to review this?
November 16, 2021.
Oh, so if there's anything you need to refer to your report, just let us know so you can refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said December 17th, 2021, sorry.
Yes,
Okay, and did you document the evidence taken the seals on this car?
I did.
Going on to the side view of the vehicle, what are we looking at here?
This is the side of the vehicle that has defects in it, and
I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Are these letters things you put on there?
these letters were placed by the Miramar Police Department.
When you continued with your trajectory and shooting reconstruction, did you maintain the same letters when referring to the various defects?
I assume these letters.
Okay. And so if we can just describe for the record the locations of each of these letters on this vehicle, starting with I.
I would be in the passenger side rear door panel, exterior panel.
Okay. J,
Same,
K,
same,
L,
same,
M.
same.
Okay, moving on to N, O, and P.
These projectiles site marks are on the passenger side front door exterior.
And again, in this next photo, what are you documenting?
These are the seals.
So going around to the seals have now been broken, what are you documenting in this photo?
This would be the driver's side rear door that is ajar, with a photograph showing the door ajar and the compartment area of that passenger side.
Okay. So in continuing, down here in the floor, there's another object with a blue piece of foam in it. What is that?
That would be the glove box of the vehicle.
Why is the glove box in the back seat?
The glove box had to be removed to remove the infotainment center of the vehicle.
And in terms of on the far side door, that doesn't look like the inside of any car door I've seen. Why is there pieces of it missing?
Can you zoom?
Sure. So all the black plastic's been removed?
Correct.
Passenger.
So that was removed for a footwear examination that was done on the vehicle.
There's some gray substance here. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to blood after it sits for 5 years?
Blood begins to break down after time, and actually it has bacteria, or if you will, has organisms that begin to break it down. DNA is in there, obviously, so it actually begins to eat itself, if you will, and that's essentially what is left behind.
And so going forward now through the photographs, I want to get to some of the ones with the individuals in the Tyvek smart suits. Starting here on 4851, what are you documenting in this particular image?
This is a photograph of the rear compartment or the back seat of the Jeep Compass, and it has a tape measure in it, and it's documenting the inside width of the vehicle.
Okay. And what was the inside width at shoulder height of the vehicle?
51 inches.
Why do you measure and document all of these measurements on the Jeep?
Well, this is a unique case because you have a shooting incident that occurred inside a vehicle. And because it did, we can use these measurements to determine particular investigative leads, such as where a shooter could be and a distance of the end of the barrel of the firearm. So because it's a compartmentalized area, unlike being out in the open field where we have so many variables, the variables are severely limited because it's inside a compartmentalized area.
And so we'll get into why you can make that determination just a little bit. I want to start in terms of the angles of impact for each of the strike marks on the outside of the car and on the back of the rear passenger seats. Did you do the angles of impact on each of those?
Yes.
Okay. So after the measurements in terms of the seats as well, here, what are you documenting in this photo, CSW 4855?
That would be the distance from the back seat back, if you will, where you put your back, to the back of the front seat.
And what was that distance determined to be?
39 inches.
And what are you showing in this photo?
That would be the other end of the tape measure.
So I want to go here on the ceiling, S1 with the arrow pointed to a cutout. Was that also related to a patent or a footwear impression?
Yes, so that cutout, prior to that cutout in the headliner, there was a footwear impression on the headliner that was examined.
Okay, in terms of this measurement here, what are you showing the distance from?
Showing the distance from the from the driver's side, rear passenger seat back to the passenger front seat, front of the
Is that the headrest?
headrest, yeah.
Okay. And then do you determine that measurement as well to the bottom of the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that measurement?
39 inches.
And on the previous measurement, it was a similar?
39 inches.
So in terms of going forward in the reconstruction process, once you have put in all the trajectory rods and gotten the angles, what's the next step that you need to do?
From here, I continued my analysis of the vehicle. Because of the fact that I found the two projectiles, I wanted to ensure that anything else relevant to the investigation was collected. So I examined the vehicle further.
Okay, so I'm going to showing defense counsel what's been marked as case quadruple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize exhibits in states quadruple E?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
That is my handwriting and my name on it, and it is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
What are they?
These are two projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle.
And are those the two that we viewed previously in the photographs?
We've only reviewed one in the photograph.
Just the one in the back, and then the other one you mentioned was recovered from what location?
From the driver's side, passenger side B pillar
And
interior.
show in this photo that's up here, and you can touch the screen in front of you as well, and then we'll put a little arrow as to where is the passenger side B pillow. Oh. And are those projectiles in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Can I open them?
Please.
They are.
At this time, the state would request him to state quadruple E in as 78.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple E, the North States number 78.
So you mentioned that you did some additional searching on the car once you realized that there was other projectiles in there. Did you
Sure.
find any other items of evidentiary value?
I did.
And what would that be?
I observed what appeared to be blowback on the headliner of the vehicle.
And so if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is the headliner on the vehicle?
It is above your head as you're seating in the car. It actually just is there for cosmetic purposes, so you don't see your roof.
So showing defense counsel was been previously identified as stage triple T. Sergeant, do you recognize state weapon work identification as stage triple T?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is my handwriting, my name. It is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
And what is that item?
This would be the headliner with the blowback on it that I cut out.
And do you recall on what date you cut that out?
That was cut out on December, may I just look at it very
Or does it
quickly?
reflect on the packaging?
Oh yes, 12/17 of 21.
And is that in the same, essentially same condition as when you recovered it?
Mayor,
Please. Gloves there if you need them.
yes, it is, minus the testing that I did, a cutting, and a cutting that the lab did.
Here at this time, the state would request him to state triple T in as state 79.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
And Detective, if you keep something, I'm going to ask you to publish this particular item to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
States triple T has been North States 79.
Nay.
And Detective, if you could hold it up and show the back of it as well, and then indicate which part went to the front of the vehicle.
Do you have the picture of the headliner?
Sure. Nope, sorry. Would this photo help in assisting you in the location?
And I object to the leading nature of.
Will it assist you? Oh,
Yes.
Oh.
It would be So if the vehicle is facing this way, it would be this way.
Okay, and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the back of it so that it understands. Okay. And in terms of what are you looking at on that piece of headliner? What does it show?
So it shows blood, and it also shows the directionality of the blood.
Okay. And if you could show on the picture that's in front of you on the screen what your area of the car you're talking about.
Is it okay to put this away?
Please, yes.
John, maybe come back up from the shirt.
So in terms of the image that we're looking at here, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that blowback pattern was?
It would be in. Is there a way to make it circle?
Would you like to draw?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
It would be in this area right in here. It's a little bigger than I drew, but it's in this general area right here.
Okay. In terms of the information about that DNA, why is it important to know whose DNA that is?
Well, it's unusual to have the blowback on the headliner, so of course, and for this shooting incident, we would want to identify where that blood came from. So that's why it was sent to the lab to determine whose blood it was.
And was that determination made?
It was.
Okay. And whose blood was that?
That was the front seat passenger's blood.
The in terms of the location of the pattern, what does that tell you about the orientation of the front seat passenger's head at the time of the shooting?
The front seat passenger's head was actually down, almost as if he was sleeping. So it was down, leaning on the right, at an angle. So his head was at an angle as he was seated in that front seat.
Would a demonstrative of the head help illustrate that point?
Sure.
I'm showing, the previously shown the defense counsel, and these are the yesterday labeled as BMEO 18-3118 by Dr. McDougall.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Just remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstrative aids are not to be considered as evidence unless they're later received in evidence. Only items of evidence go back with you during deliberation for your further examination.
So Sergeant Williams, Dr. McDougall completed on that particular head that entrance and exit wound on that. Is that consistent with your review of the autopsy photographs and forensic photographs in this case?
It is.
And based on your analysis of this vehicle, did you find any projectiles anywhere in the headliner?
No.
Did you find any projectiles in the top portion of the vehicle on the passenger side?
No.
What about the A-pillar?
No.
Was there any projectiles in the front windshield?
No.
Based on your training and experience, can you state where the exit wound of that head had to have gone through, where that projectile would have exited that vehicle?
It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. So, can I get up?
Please, that help assist.
So this resting angle in this seat, you have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
You said windshield.
Or, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, you can make what opinions?
So based on the angle of this this projectile, the blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because the projectile entered in right below the skull, the blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot. It went up, it hit this headliner, and continued and falling into the back seat.
And so I want to go to some of the other photos. There's a yellow silk jacket that's on the very back of the vehicle. Is it important to know whose DNA and blood was found on that?
What yellow jacket?
Let me come back to the other photos, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, so in terms of the location of the firearm that fired the shot, and we were just talking about in CSW 6745, does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based upon the blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Williams on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware that that is the results that were in this case?
Later on, yes.
And in terms of how does that help with a check and balance on your work?
So that confirms my analysis with the blowback, that the blowback came back, like I said, it went up, it's going to fall here, and then it's going to continue to fall into this back seat.
Okay, so I want to move on again, and you talked about like a wound that was close. Do you look for things like stippling in photographs?
Yes, so we'll look for stippling, and it's also referred to as tattooing.
Okay. And did you notice any of that powder tattooing in the photograph of the deceased Anthony Williams?
Yes, there was some there. However, due to the fact that Anthony Williams has an intermediate object, i.e., the head back. What is that called?
Headrest.
The
Is that the
headrest.
word you're looking for? Okay.
Due to the headrest being there, that's an intermediate item. So the projectile was able to go into into Anthony Williams. However, whenever you fire a gun, you have gunshot residue that's going to come out of the barrel and out of the ejection port. In this case, because of the position of Mr. Williams' head and the intermediate object of the headrest assumed most of the GSR, the gunshot residue, and then only some of it went into Mr. Williams.
Without a pattern, can you give any sort of a range of distance?
No, I cannot.
So, do you also look at ejection patterns for casings?
You can look at ejection patterns. I generally don't, because it is a very strong variable. Semi-automatic firearms have springs, and depending on the age of the firearm, the springs will start to wear. The way the firearm is held will dictate where the cartridge is ejected. The spring will determine where the cartridge is ejected. If there's wind, that will have an effect. So it's not necessarily going to help with determining where, just doing any analysis on any ejection port, any ejection analysis from a firearm.
In terms of an enclosed space such as this, does that also make a difference?
It would, well, I would expect the cartridge to remain into the vehicle, and that's all I would expect for this.
In terms of the angle of the entry without the actual body, can you do that?
No.
Is it common practice to take a body and put it back in the car after autopsy?
It is not. However, it can be done if the body was in place upon scene. We can make a preliminary analysis there. I don't believe the Miramar Police Department had that opportunity. These individuals were brought right into the hospital, so that opportunity was lost.
Okay. In terms of the firearm itself, were you ever presented with a firearm that used to be the one used in this case?
No.
So, let's talk about that better. On the medical examiner's report, did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed a mislabeled entrance and exit?
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right quadricep area, the upper part of his leg. That came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on your reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at and review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle. I believe 5 projectiles entered him from the rear of the vehicle. 1 projectile entered him on his quadricep, upright quadricep. And I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot. And that's going from memory. Right, is these autopsy photos or?
So I'm going to come here to 6754, your photograph on that.
Okay, so these are the terminal points from the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Thomas is seated in this position, and of the 6 rounds that went into the seat, Mr. Thomas assumes 5 of them, and it is a very similar pattern in Mr. Thomas's back. It may not look like it lines up correctly, however.
Let me interrupt you just there for a second before we go. On the top photograph that is labeled and marked as H, did that wound intersect in any way with the body of Christopher Thomas?
No.
Where was that projectile or defect later found?
That projectile perforated the headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
Okay. So I want to go forward on the back of the car. You take this picture, CSW_6760. What are you showing with this particular photograph?
So these are the trajectory rods that have entered into the vehicle. They are not exactly at the correct angle. The reason being, obviously, there's no glass. So they perforated the glass first, and then they made a secondary perforation into the seats. So that's why they're not exactly level.
So, Sergeant, are you saying that the end of these rods is where those shots were fired from?
No,
Why not?
because I'm missing the glass. So the glass would, obviously, if I can take a rod and put it through the glass and then into the terminal point, I would be able to obtain this picture to be demonstrably correct.
Okay, in terms of the angles and things that you measured on these, how did you get those angle measurements?
So what I ended up doing is recreating the back glass based on putting tape across the entire back of the window and making it line up with the glass that's existing in place on the top, sides, and bottom, and lined it up with that to make the arch of the glass window, and then ended up putting these rods into the proper position, and then created by right angles to create the proper angles for these strike marks.
In terms of the location in which the gun was fired that created these defects in the car, can you say it was a certain distance away with specificity?
I can give a range for these shots and for the shots on the side of the vehicle.
And in terms of the range, are you saying it could be a mile away at a 50-foot ladder?
No, I can give a specific range.
And how can you do that in this case?
So the specific range is based upon the two shooters that were presented to me, and I would obtain measurements.
Objection.
Suggestion.
Can we go further?
Okay, Sergeant, you can answer that question.
Want to restate the question?
So you were discussing that how you would find, determine angles and ranges for specific individuals that are presented to you.
Yes.
How would you do that?
So I would obtain a shooting height, a maximum, what we would determine as a maximum shooting height, which would be standing with your arm out at 90 degrees. That height would be obtained from the ground to your arm, to your finger essentially. And then a minimum shooting height, which would be squatting with the same arm out and measurement from here to your finger. And then that would give me a minimum and a maximum range of fire. Once I have a minimum and maximum range of fire, that gets added into more trig to determine a minimum and maximum distance of that particular shooter.
So with regards to this incident, were you there on scene?
No,
Do you know who fired the shots?
no.
In terms of the shots to the outside of the vehicle, are you aware that individuals are already dead and those were fired?
They were already dead, yes.
How does that play into your reconstruction?
It comes into play because specifically with Christopher Thomas, because Christopher Thomas was already deceased when these rounds were coming into the back of the vehicle, because Christopher Thomas was what we would call crumbling. He was starting to fall, if you will. And on top of that, I know that he was already deceased because the back of his back, essentially, the rounds that are in his back have no blood in them, which means that there's no circulation. So the rounds are coming in. Christopher Thomas is crumbling with each round. He's falling with each round, and that's the answer.
Okay. So in terms of, we'll get to the shooting inside the car in a little bit. I want to stick to the outside at this point. When you were looking at the side of the car on the angles of entry and the side-to-side angles that I'm talking about, why is that important in your analysis? I'm going to go back to 4809 to describe those angles.
So these angles are important because it is part of my assignment, which is to determine if this is a drive-by shooting. And my determination was that this is not a drive-by shooting, and it's based upon this picture here, which is a very good picture to describe it. All of these rounds are done, and all but one is done at a stationary position. The shooter is at a stationary position when all but one of these rounds are going in. The one round that has some movement in it which is around site L here. The shooter is actually moving in that to create the little bit of a keyhole that you see there.
Okay, a lot of information in that, and just let's break it down a little bit. You mentioned a keyhole, so I'm gonna zoom in on site L and explain what is a keyhole.
So a keyhole is a projectile comes out of the barrel and it is actually spinning in a line. It's also falling as it spins. However, once you add movement to the gun at the same time the projectile is coming out, you introduce that movement to the projectile. Once the projectile has altered movement, it will start to tumble. So it's no longer going in a straight line, it is actually going like head over feet, if you will, as it's entering into its target. And that head over feet gives you this right here, which is essentially the projectile coming in sideways.
And in terms of a drive-by shooting, if two vehicles were moving at 45 miles per hour, what would you expect to see?
So if it's a drive-by shooting, all of these rounds should look like this.
Why?
Because movement is being introduced to that projectile.
So to contrast site L with one of the other sites like you, what does that tell you?
So that's a shot that the shooter is stationary. The vehicle is stationary.
And so, Sergeant, were you given a copy of what's been previously introduced into evidence, the statement of the co-defendant court opinion?
No.
Okay. In terms of the information as to the suspected location on Miramar Parkway, it was initially reported to law enforcement. Was that told to you?
The hospital scene?
No, right off of I-75.
Objection relevant.
Excuse me, what's your side?
About the Miramar Parkway and I-75 location.
The number road one?
No, not there yet. We'll get there. So in terms of, for your training and experience, if two vehicles are moving on a roadway at the same speed, identical speed, are you still going to get these keyholes on that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of other drive-by shootings that you have investigated, have you seen straight 90-degree entry angles on those?
Absolutely not.
What instead is going to be more indicative of a drive-by shooting?
Keyholes.
Okay. In terms of changes in the entry angle, side to side, what would you look for in an actual drive-by shooting?
I would look for directionality and, again, the keyholes. So if you have two vehicles going in the same direction, I would expect them to have the keyholes, but I would also, if you're being shot at, it's natural to step on the gas and go, which would put you
Checking, Your Honor.
either,
Excuse me, what's the objection? Counsel?
Speculation. Speculation.
which would put you either above or forward or behind your shooter. And once that happens, I mean, it's human nature, then we would start to have directionality keyholes from different directions. There's no way that you're going to sit there and let someone shoot you.
Okay. In terms of, is there a demonstrative that would assist in showing the jury what you mean by directionality?
Yes, they believe I have one actually. Or you can have one, okay.
Previously shown defense counsel.
And I'm objecting on the same basis. This one.
It's a demonstrative at this point, Your Honor, so I believe the appropriate instructions should be read.
Hey, can I see what you're showing?
Sure.
Objection understood. Witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not evidence unless it's later received as evidence, and so it shouldn't be considered as evidence. The evidence is the witness' testimony. If it's later received as evidence, it'll go back to the jury room with you during deliberations. If it's never not received as evidence, it won't. All right?
And so you mentioned directionality. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's being illustrated in this demonstrative photo?
So these are, obviously the author of this book has already identified the angle for all of these, so that I'm not going to discuss the angle. The question is directionality, and the directionality for each of these is you'll be looking for the leading edge of the entrance. So for this particular, so we'll start with 40 degrees. This is the leading edge, so the projectile is actually going in this way. This one here, this is the leading edge, projectile is going in this way. For this one here on 60 degrees, this one is quite unique actually. It's actually coming in this way, going down. That's our leading edge. For the 30 degrees, our leading edge is coming in this way. I don't know what is next, what's below that. For the 20 degrees, you have directionality coming in this way, 10 degrees. Directionality is coming in this way.
Okay. In terms of the car in this case, did you see any indication of directionality in either direction?
None of those words were existent.
At some point, did you go out to a scene on Pembroke Road in US 27?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go out there?
I went out to US 27 and Pembroke Road, and I actually brought the vehicle, had the vehicle towed out there as well, to the site that was determined by the Miramar Police Department. And I actually obtained different heights. Although I'm coming in 3 years later from this investigation. So the bank on the side of the road can be different. It can be higher, it can be lower. But I wanted to put the vehicle in place and have that have those distances as an option, and just to say that I did it. I also went out to 27 and Pembroke Road and had the Public Works Division from Miramar clear the entire brush area, and I actually was looking for a magazine to see if there was anything there, because it was relayed. My question to the Miramar Police Department was, did you guys look for anything out in this brush? And the answer was no, so I asked it to be all cleared out and thoroughly examined. Spent about 6 to 8 hours out there and knee-deep water looking for anything. The results were negative, but that was my involvement out at Pembroke Road for that point.
So you mentioned knee-deep water. What type of, at that location, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of area this is?
So 27 borders the Florida Everglades. East of 27 is Pembroke Road. Pembroke Road dead ends from 27 going eastbound. It dead ends, and there is a trash company there for garbage. They're on the east and it's a 2-lane road. On the north and southbound sides of the road, at the time of my examination, was grass and rock. And then if you continue further down, you come to Marsh, and if you go further down, you come into Water Marsh, and that's about all that's out there, besides a lot of mosquitoes.
And so why is it important as a shooting reconstructionist to know the landscape in which this happens?
Well, if I would have had the landscape in 2018, it would have allowed to create a more precise distance for a shooter.
In terms of the drive-by aspect of it, does knowing that location at Pembroke Road help in assessing distances another potential car could have been?
It would not, because this definitely was not involved in a drive-by. There were fire cartridge cases found on the side of the road. I don't think a car, even when I was out there, I don't think a car can drive along that area and shoot the passenger side of that vehicle.
No. The additional processing that was done, did you collect a plastic bag from the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, the Miramar Police Department collected a plastic bag out of the vehicle initially during their investigation.
And what additional equipment does the Broward Sheriff's Office have to do further analysis on that?
We have a machine that's called a vacuum metal deposition machine. Essentially, it's a giant cylinder that on the bottom has 3 electrically charged trays on the front half of this chamber and 3 on the back half of the chamber. Those trays hold silver. One holds silver, one holds gold, one holds zinc. The bag, in this case, the bag was placed into this vacuum metal deposition chamber. The air is taken out of it to make it a vacuum chamber. At that point, once the chamber has been fully vacuumized, then I heated gold, which then vaporized the gold. Gold attaches to lipids, which lipids are part of your entire body, but lipids are also on your fingerprints. So gold is vaporized gold is attracted to fingerprints. After the vaporized gold is applied to the bag, it's followed by zinc, which the zinc gets vaporized, and that zinc kind of, for lack of better words, seals that print in place. On this particular bag, the results were negative. However, I believe something was found in it of value, and the Miramar Police Department does not have the capability they don't have that machine. So I wanted the evidence to try to attempt to make fingerprints out of it.
In terms of a casing that was recovered, did you do additional analysis on that?
Yes. So we also have what's called a Recover LFT system. That system essentially is another vacuum system where we place a proprietary sulfur mixture into a chamber. We put the fire cartridge case into the chamber, and the theory behind that is, so your skin has the lipids, but it also has oils and water, but the oils, they begin to etch metal the second that you touch it. And that metal will continue to be etched by that print until that cartridge is fired. So when you load,
If I can interrupt you, is that assuming that there's a good print on the casing?
that's where I was going, yes. So when you load a magazine, you're going to load it with your thumb or your finger, and you're going to enter cartridges into there. And you're going to handle that. You're going to handle that cartridge. So your print is going to be on it, and it will continue to etch. And it's etched until fired. So I took the cartridge case, I signed it out from the Miramar Police Department, I put it into there, and that proprietary sulfur that the company, Foster Freeman, who makes the Recover LFT system, they're able to extract the etching of the fingerprint from metal. On this case, a fingerprint was developed. However, it was determined by our lab analysis of the linked print unit to be of no value.
And so in terms of the further analysis on that item, did you do anything?
On the cartridge case? No.
And when you're processing it with the sulfur, does that change the color of the cartridge casing?
It adds a blackening to it.
So I want to go, when we've talked about the injuries to Anthony Williams, so I want to go now on to Christopher Thomas. With regards to inside the car, can you discuss the injuries to Christopher Thomas's head and what you observed based on your training experience?
So Christopher Thomas had an injury to his left cheek. Part of that injury, his face or his cheek, if you will, had the tattooing or the stippling on there, which is indicative of close range fire. Also, part of the wound had an abrasion ring on it, which is also indicative of close round fire.
So I want to, with a demonstrative of the head showing the entrance would have helped in explaining your testimony.
Yes.
So I'm showing counsel what was previously shown to Dr. Stoddard, and then I'm going to ENEO 18-3119. And the mark on here placed by Dr. Stoddard.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Remember that the evidence is the testimony of the witness, not that this demonstrative exhibit unless it's later received as evidence only. Items of evidence will go back to the jury room during your deliberation, so it's not accepted into evidence in later time. It doesn't go back to the jury room.
So, Sergeant Williams, with regards to Christopher Thomas, did that projectile exit his head?
No.
So can you give the same type of opinion as to the orientation of Mr. Thomas's head that you did as to Mr. Williams?
I can give an orientation that he was facing forward.
And how can you say that?
Because the projectile that entered into Christopher Thomas, it's actually about in the middle of his cheek, was completely, it was a full circle. There was no leading edge. There was nothing to indicate that his head was turned to the right, turned to the left. It was straight forward, looking forward. It was the circular pattern that indicates that he was facing forward when that round entered his cheek.
So, Sergeant Williams, you talked about directionality on the car. Does the same thing apply on skin?
Yes.
So you mentioned earlier doing a height and measurements on 2 individuals. What 2 individuals did you measure in this case?
I measured Jamell Demons and Cortland Henry.
You discussed about an angle at 90 degrees. Can you exclude or include someone just based on that particular data?
I'm directly 90
Correct.
with no other measurements?
Yes. Can you do that?
No,
Why not?
because you're right at 90, and 90 is that it makes the exact right angle. It makes the perfect square, and you get nothing. You're back at 0.
Can a person hold a firearm in a way that is different than 90 degrees?
Yes,
How many different ways have you seen videos during your time in crime scene of people holding firearms?
many firearms are held in all different ways.
So when you're talking about the shooting reconstruction and ranges, what are the limitations on that particular information that you would give to the jury?
The limitations would be environment, gun, ammunition, any intermediate targets. Those would all be limitations.
Is there anything that requires an individual's arm to be fully straight out before they fire a firearm?
No, you don't have to have an arm fully extended to fire a gun.
And so, Sergeant, with regards to firearms, how long have you carried a firearm?
For almost 20 years.
And are you required to shoot that firearm on a regular basis as part of your employment at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
How often?
we shoot about 3 times a year.
And is there anything about the location or positioning of an arm that you take into account on the ability to pull a trigger?
You can pull a trigger with either hand.
So going forward on Chris Thomas inside the car, you said that you can give a distance away based on the measurements inside the car. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that now. How can you determine that that door is closed?
The door, which door?
The rear driver's side passenger door.
That door was closed because I actually applied a chemical called Blue Star to it. Blue Star is attracted to the hemoglobin blood, and it reacted positive, which would be indicative of the door being closed. It actually captured some of the blowback from Anthony Williams and struck that door.
Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of alternative light sources you use when processing this Jeep?
So I used UV lighting, and the UV lighting is used to locate potential gunshot residue. We're looking at it really illuminates like the barium and the nitrates and gunshot residue. It's also followed by wearing orange goggles, and it allows me to find potential gunshot residue, and then on top of it, collect the residue with a special dauber, which is part of a gunshot residue kit, and it's sticky. So I would come by and dab, if you will, the GSR, the gunshot residue that is identified by the UV light and the orange goggles.
So the image that we're looking at here, which is identified as CSW_4814, what are we looking at here?
So this is the back. This is the driver's side back passenger seat compartment area with that door open, with the passenger door in the open position.
And why is it kind of orange?
It's orange because as I'm also wearing orange goggles, so there's an orange tint lens on my camera.
And what are you showing with these particular images?
So I'm showing potential GSR, which is, do we have a different color? That's not good. Here is potential GSR. There's one right here, potential GSR. So these are just here, all collected with a dauber.
And those were submitted to RJ Lee for analysis?
Yes.
Going on to this back seat here, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is the driver's side of the vehicle, the back seat, and there's potential GSR on the back seat. There's some right here, and right here. Nope, I'm sorry, that's not GSR. These areas here were GSR that were collected.
And so it's clear for the record that the two that you're circling on the right.
Yes, I'll redo it. Those two right there.
Oh. In terms of this photograph, what are we looking at here?
Do we have a prior?
Is this the back of one of the seats?
Sustained.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This, I don't know which seat this is. I think it's the middle seat, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I don't want you to guess, so we'll stop on that. Okay. Going forward to this photograph, can you orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what this particular part of the car is?
This is the back seat, and this is the center console that flips down, that has cup holders in it so that you can place drinks.
Okay. And did you see any suspect GSR particles in this area?
Yeah, so there's some, there's some right here, and right here that were identified on dab.
Okay. With the orange tint on it, is that some of the things you're talking about, the difficulties of forensic photography?
Yes. So this is actually the top of that center console where it's the storage area for it. So if you wanted to flip it up, it has a place to be. And this is actually some GSR right here. That would be from the ejection port of the firearm. And this is some GSR over here as well. And that was collected on the dauber.
Okay. Now looking at this NIPS photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the front passenger seat of the rear of it, and it identifies GSR as well. There is some right here, here, and here, which is indicative. There's actually one right here. That's indicative of that intermediate object intercepting the majority of that gunshot residue.
Okay, and in terms of that item, I want to make sure I show you to identify it for, it's been previously admitted into evidence as state 60. Okay, So Sergeant, in terms of the item here that's been previously admitted as 860, is that the dollar that you're talking about?
Yes.
And can you explain exactly how it works and how you collected it?
May I show it to the jury?
And if it helps, we can publish it on the large screen here. You just have to step down.
So this is a collection file, and on this brown part here pulls out, and on the bottom of it is a black sticky item. And I'll explain its purpose besides collecting in a second, but I want to show what that bottom looks like. So when this is sent to a laboratory for gunshot residue analysis, this is actually what's called a SEM, S-E-M, and they put it into a mass spectrometer to determine the gunshot particles that are the gunshot residue particles that would be there.
And is this the SEM that you use to collect the GSR suspect particles?
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as state GG, shown to Defense Counsel for identification. So Sergeant, I'm showing you it states GG for identification purposes only. You recognize 2 out of those 3 items.
Yes.
How do you recognize those 2 items?
Those are my signatures and my ID on those.
And are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would now admit state GG into evidence.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
And so,
Sorry, I didn't hear. Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States GG will be marked states 80.
yes, easy. Okay, Sergeant Williams, with regards to the item in this particular packaging, what are the 2 swabs that you collected?
So on the back of the driver's seat of the vehicle, I observed when I applied Blue Star, the chemical that I spoke of that illuminates blood and the heme group of blood, I observed what appeared to be a swipe in blood. And a swipe is a blood-bearing surface being transferred to a non-blood-bearing surface. So in this case, a finger or a hand transferring to the back of the seat, which had no blood on it. And I observed this swipe. So I collected with a swab the swipe, and then I used an additional swab to collect the non-blood areas on each side of the swipe.
Okay. So in terms of the location, is there a photo that would help demonstrate where that came from?
I believe there should be one in here.
Yeah, you look at the yes. Maybe if you sit down for the last.
So Sergeant Williams, we're on the discussion of the DNA swabs that you had collected. is this a good photo for you to show and demonstrate the blood smear swab as well as the non-blood smear swab?
There was one that was with Blue Star, but I can point in the general area where it was.
Yeah, just for
Okay,
this.
so the general area of the swipe was here, and then that was the swab, and then I conducted another swab of a non-blood area and a non-blood area.
So Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, did you collect any swabs from the door handle of this Jeep?
I did not.
When were those swabs collected, if you know?
Those were collected by the Miramar Police Department during their initial investigation.
So council had asked for lunch break. This would be a logical point to stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a short, take a recess for lunch. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence, certainly no research. Should leave your notepads on your chairs, we'll see everybody back at 1:15. All right, thank you. Have a nice one. Thank you, Mr. Burton, for the jury set that. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Anything to discuss?
No.
All right, see everybody back at 1:15. Thank you. Have a nice one. Jury entry. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Dennis, as counsel, the attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, jury are willing to understand. I hope you had a nice lunch. They didn't look off. Now to go on to a direct examination of the witness, Sergeant Williams. Counsel, ready to proceed.
So Sergeant Williams, I want to go back and follow up on a couple of those things that we were waiting on. I want to start with this yellow raincoat that the blood was testified to as the blood of Anthony Williams. We were talking about that in connection with the blowback on that. Can you comment as to the location, if that would be consistent with it being in that location when the blowback from Anthony Williams had wound occurred?
I don't think that it went back that far. Can you zoom in a little
Sure.
and unblur it?
I'll go to the next photo on that one. Make it a little bit easier to see.
To me, that looks more like a transfer stain,
Okay.
because it has smear in it with a drop of blood that's already dried, so the blood is already dried and it's transferred. So I think that's I believe that's a transfer stain with a hand.
Okay. So to go back to the photos that you had taken. For photo 6691 on this, what are you demonstrating in this photo?
This is a demonstrative photo that would show if an individual was seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver would be able to obtain a shot into the front seat passenger.
And in terms of the individuals that are in this car, how are they attired?
Mr. Williams had,
And sorry, let me clarify on that one. The people that are pictured in the photo,
oh, yes.
what do they have on to protect the scene?
They're in Tyvek.
Okay. So going on to this next photo, what are you documenting here?
It is a photo from the other side of the vehicle for its demonstrative only.
What number?
6693. I'm sorry. 6692, and now moving on to 6693.
And it's just an additional angle. It's all angles from the vehicle.
And in terms of, there's a marker spot there, the red marker on the back of that individual's head in the front seat. What is that showing?
That is the approximate entry point for the defect on Anthony Williams.
And so now going into photo 6696. What angle are you showing in this particular?
This is from the rear of the vehicle.
The orange that we see at the bottom right, what are those things?
Those are the trajectory rods.
Going into the next photo, which is for council, 6697.
That's another photo from the rear of the vehicle.
Are you in any way, shape, or form stating this is the gun that was used?
I'm not stating that's the gun that was used at all.
No. Going into 6698. Again, what are you documenting here?
That would be a photograph of the same positioning of the gun from behind from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Going to photo 6701. What are you showing here?
This is showing the proximity of the back seat passenger behind the driver in relation to the front seat passenger.
And so I'm going to go forward to some of the ones now with the ruler. When you are putting the tape measure in, what is your purpose of introducing the tape measure in these photos? And we're now here at 6708 and 6709.
To give, for the demonstrative photograph, to give a relation of distance.
Okay. And so in terms of this picture is showing what?
Well, it's not exactly to the end of the barrel of the firearm, and so it's approximately probably about 12 inches from the head to the end of the barrel.
And so showing it from the other side, is that the better angle?
Yes.
Okay, and that is photo 6713. What are you showing in this orientation of the arm?
The photo is showing that the arm does not have to be fully extended to obtain that shot.
And so going now to this photo, which is 6714, much greater distance. Oh,
Correct. So 6714 shows the firearm in an alternative position, again for demonstrative purposes, to show a distance range, and a firearm can still be fired in that position and in the direction of the front seat passenger.
so now we're moving on to the rear passenger. Are you using the same demonstrative model for this individual?
Yes.
Oh. So you talked about the blood from Cortland, or the driver, Cortland Henry's shirt on the front. Was there also an analysis done of the blood on the back of Cortland Henry's shirt?
By the crime lab, yes.
Okay, and were you made aware of the results of the DNA of the blood sample on the back?
Judge, and hearsay.
Excuse me. Watch your son. Sustain if you're coming. This is the refresh.
So, Detective Williams, there's testimony before this jury as to the person who contributed the blood to the back of that shirt. How does that information help your analysis in terms of the shooting inside the car?
The information was learned by me after the fact, and
Objection, hearsay.
And how it helped, not what the information was.
Go ahead.
and it helped to solidify my analysis.
Okay. In terms of, based on the information that you have, can you state how the driver was positioned when the shots occurred for the backseat passenger Mr. Thomas?
The driver, in my opinion, was seated in the front seat when the shots were fired inside the vehicle,
And in terms of how would blood get on the back of the shirt?
because he's seated in that position.
Okay. So I want to ask, can we put some chairs here to help demonstrate what we're talking about?
Sure.
So you reviewed all of the photos from the initial Miramar crime scene,
Yes.
and is there a difference in the height of the front seats and the back seats?
There are.
So this is not anywhere close to exact. Is that a fair statement, chairs here?
Correct.
So, when you demonstrate if you were the driver, how you would be positioned when the individual sitting in the rear passenger side seat is shot. If you could step down and show how would the blood from him then be on this individual.
So the driver is seated in this position, just seated here, and not moving. The blood from this individual, from the blowback, lands here, and blood from this individual lands on the back, and it's all from just not moving.
Okay. In terms of the back of the seat, is his back pressed against the back of the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And that's for the first individual or the second individual?
for both.
Okay. In terms of, and you can resume your seat after this in a moment. So in terms of the distance between the individual in the rear driver's side seat and Mr. Thomas in that, do you know there to be a minimum distance they were separated by?
Can you restate that?
The individual, whoever was in the rear passenger seat on the driver's side, and then Chris Thomas, who is in the rear passenger seat passenger side. Is there a minimum distance that they're separated by?
There is.
And how do you know that?
So we have a known distance. As I said earlier, we are confined to the inside of this vehicle. So we have a known distance of shoulder width inside the back seat of this vehicle. We know a distance of shoulder width of Mr. Thomas, and then we would be able to deduce the difference between the center console and another passenger.
So in terms of the photos at the Jeep when it first came to the hospital, are you aware of how the back center console was positioned?
Yeah, it was down just like that.
And showing from what's been previously admitted into evidence as state 30, photo DSC _0127. Is that important for your reconstruction?
Correct. So this is the blood that is on the center console is consistent with Mr. Thomas crumbling into the position above or onto the center console of the back seat.
So the next photo in that series, again from State 30, is that one shows ESC 0_0133. Is this the plastic bag you spoke about and processed?
Yes.
Going back to your photos, what are you demonstrating in CSW_6716?
So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger who would be seated in that seat.
Okay. Now, looking from the other angle, what are you looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6717?
And that is just a forward picture on the front of the vehicle facing towards the back of the vehicle to show that it is still possible to fire a firearm inside the vehicle.
Okay. And then in terms of the measurement, how far away is the firearm from the face at that demonstrative photo, which is 6719?
In this particular demonstrative, it's approximately 6 inches.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if Mr. Thomas was sitting straight up and didn't move to the side to get away from a gun?
At one point, I believe that he did,
And how do you know that?
because Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned and put his hands up or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm projectile through his thumb.
Okay, and so you're pointing to your right hand. In terms of the injuries to Mr. Thomas, do you recall which hand they are on?
I would have to look at the photograph.
Okay, we can come back to that in a moment on that. So the the defensive wound. Why is that important for you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. He was taken by surprise, and his hands being up. If his hands were down, he would not receive a projectile through his thumb. His hands are in an up position, almost saying, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquished or something. But he received a defensive wound due to that projectile. And I think at that point, he repositioned to be forward facing.
Okay, and so what I'm going to do is your approach with the image photos, which are 875. Showing you what's been previously admitted as state 75. Which hand is pictured is removed in photo 12 on that exhibit?
It's the left hand.
Continuing on with regards to, we talked about, you can state that the front passenger side door, that the window was taken out by the projectile from Mr. Williams' head.
Correct.
Can you testify as to whether or not the door was open?
I cannot, I have no idea if the door was open or not.
Okay. As to the door next to Mr. Thomas, the rear passenger side door, can you testify, give any opinion as to the state of that door when the shot to the face took place?
No.
Why not?
Well, I believe, actually, let me recant. I believe the door was closed. There is actually a projectile that goes through Thomas's door during this incident and actually enters into the driver rear door.
The driver rear door. Okay.
Correct.
So, in terms of the driver rear door is open or closed?
I believe this door, the door that you asked about, was closed.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you just clarify what door we're talking about?
That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Christopher Thomas's door.
Okay, so we're clear here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If this is the seat for Mr. Thomas, the door that was right to the right of him, you believe was closed.
Correct.
And why can you say that?
Because we have a projectile that enters in this door and travels across the vehicle and into the other door, into the the driver passenger door.
So the door here on the to the left, if you're facing forward in the car, the door to the left of Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Okay. Can you state how that door was positioned during the drive-by, the stage drive-by?
So after Mr. Thomas was shot, the door of the backseat passenger driver back door was in an open position.
How can you
And-
tell that?
It was in an open position because of the projectile strike, the projectile that I spoke about earlier that enters in from the passenger side rear door, travels across the vehicle and enters into the door panel of the driver's side rear door.
Okay, so I'm going here to photo 6733 that you took. There's now another individual outside the car. What is this individual in this photo trying to demonstrate?
This is another demonstrative of a alternative theory
Okay.
of if a shot could be obtained from a person outside of the vehicle.
Okay, and so you mentioned we were talking about the one that goes through into the door here. Where did it strike that driver's side rear door?
It struck it where the speaker is,
Okay.
and it struck. So if you have a picture of the door, you'll see that the speaker is whole, and then it has, because it's a speaker, so it's pretty thick, and the projectile actually entered on the front of this speaker. If the door was in the closed position, the projectile should have went into the speaker.
6733.
This one right here is 6733. Okay. So, and there's some other photos that we'll come back to from Miramar to discuss that one. But right here, so you're saying an alternative proposition is being demonstrated by 6733.
Yes.
Are you able to rule this out as a possibility?
Yes, because number one, the angle would not be able to be obtained into Anthony Williams. Number two, if the shot was made, the blowback would be more of a vertical blowback.
And what do you mean by vertical?
So it wouldn't come up and down.
Okay.
So because of where we're at, as you stated earlier, of being how the seats are and the closeness, This is a little further away, so you're not going to obtain as much blowback to be able to hit up here, and the blowback would come this way, back that way.
Okay.
It wouldn't go any other way.
So I want to go, so we've gone through, that was 6733. So going to I want to go back a little bit on the angle for Mr. Thomas from that alternative proposition. So we're going to go to 6722. And what are you demonstrating in this photograph?
So this is a demonstrative of an individual reaching into the vehicle to fire a weapon at Mr. Thomas.
And in terms of the shot, could the individual get an angle if from outside?
So the individual could obtain that angle and make that shot. Unfortunately, they would have to be the arm would have to be completely up against the passenger. So in the photo here, the person represented with sunglasses, the arm of the shooter would have to be completely against that person to make that shot. And I don't believe that this scenario is feasible.
Okay. So, and now that was 6723. Are you showing the same thing?
Yes.
Going to 6730. What are you demonstrating with this trajectory rod and this photo?
So this is the suspected trajectory of the flight path of the projectile that went into Anthony Williams. Again, as I stated, Mr. Williams had his head canted to the right, which is the reasoning for the flight path and its continued perforation into the window, perforated the window and exited the vehicle.
So, Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, were the driver's side window intact?
Yes.
Were you provided the keys to the car to be able to turn the power on and to put them down for the purposes of pictures if need be?
Yes.
So on 6732, what is you showing the same thing as the last photo?
Correct. This is another demonstrative with the firearm canted and a downward with the ejection port facing down. And again, you would literally have to be leaning into the vehicle and onto the person who is seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And is this the opposite angle?
That's one we already discussed.
Yes, you're right, 6733. Moving on to 6736.
What was the one just before that?
6735. And so in this instance, is this firearm, the magazine has been removed?
Correct, for safety purposes.
Okay. So going on to, again, like I was saying, 6736. What is this showing?
This is just another demonstrative of the firearm canted with the ejection port down and at an angle. Again, you would have to be pressed up against the back seat passenger that's behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Oh. And we'll get into in a little bit with the blue star as to why you put an individual there. So then you've gone on and showing now on 6739. What are you showing on this particular demonstrative photo?
That is a demonstrative photo showing that a firearm can be fired in the direction of Anthony Williams with the hand and with the elbow up, and the arm does not have to be fully extended in order to fire the firearm.
Okay. So in terms of the trajectories on the back of the car, I'm going to talk a little bit on that aspect. As to one that is labeled A, could you describe where that is on the vehicle?
That is in the rear hatch of the vehicle. It actually perforates the plastic. That whole back of the vehicle where it states Jeep is actually plastic, and it perforates the plastic, perforates the paneling that's on the inside of the vehicle, and it then enters into the bottom of the back seat.
Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to the other ones, we've already looked at 6760 and 6761. On 6755, are you identifying these by the same letters that the Miramar Police Department assigned them?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the trajectories of B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, were you able to determine if there was a change in the angle side to side on that?
Meaning a shooter's changing
Changing
direction.
lanes in a car, let's say.
So the majority of these shots was from a standing, stationary position,
And how can you tell the ladies and gentlemen that are in that fact?
because it's what's known as in firearms as a grouping. So it's grouped pretty close together, which means that the person's stationary, firing a firearm, and actually creating a grouping of. So if the person's moving, you won't have such a grouping, it'll be scattered.
If the vehicle was moving, is that affected?
Yes.
In terms of the glass in the back, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the rods that are indicated, and again, the photo that we just looked at, 6753, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H at the top, I'm going to go to photo 6760, if the glass was in place when they went through?
So I would surmise that the first 2 or 3 rounds took out the glass altogether, and the rest of the rounds were not affected by the glass. And that is evident by the firearms unit of our lab being able to positively identify the projectiles, because the glass will make artifacts onto a projectile as the projectile passes through it. And if there's artifacts on there, our lab would not be able to identify those items.
Okay. So you said that you figured 2 or 3. Why would you give a range of 2 or 3 could have gone through the glass?
It's a rather large window. Again, it has the plastic in between it, and it's going to take quite a bit to remove it completely.
And
Now, keep in mind, this is not the way that it was when this vehicle presented itself to the hospital.
okay. And you've reviewed those photos?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go through. Did you turn on power to that Jeep you mentioned?
Yes, battery pack.
Okay. And so the Bluetooth was able to be turned on?
Yes, there's a non-blurry one.
Sorry. In terms of the phones that were the most paired phones on this, what were they?
So we have 5 paired phones on this infotainment center. Number 1 just states iPhone. Number 2 states YNW apostrophe S iPhone. 3 states the same. 4 states YNW TALABAN. And 5 states iPhone.
We talked briefly about the B-pillar column that you recovered that second projectile from. Is this a photo of that B-pillar?
Yes.
Okay. Going forward, what are we looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6773?
So this is actually the perforation site of the B-pillar, of the projectile perforating the B-pillar panel.
Okay. And then once it was removed, and that's in photo 6775 and then 6776, but staying on 6774 right now, what is this picture showing?
That would be the projectile.
Okay. And then 6775.
Is a close-up of the projectile.
So I want to go to the, and then you mentioned on the back, that was, we'd already reviewed that photo, which was 6777.
Yes.
So I want to go to the outside of the vehicle and talk about the impact stripes there. You have rods through I, J, K, L, N, O, and P. Why not M?
M is a penetrating strike mark. It actually perforates the skin of the door and then stops at the B-pillar. And because the B-pillar did the job that it's supposed to do, it's actually designed to stop around. So there cannot be a secondary spot to put a rod in to create a trajectory.
Okay. So in terms of sites I, J, K, L, N, O, and P, do you have an opinion as to how fast the muzzle of the gun was moving when those shots were fired?
I don't have an opinion. I would say that they're not even methodical. They're scattered. There's no grouping with them. It's there's no methodical reason to it. It's senseless firing into a vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of which of these I, J, K, L, N, O, or P goes through and strikes the driver's side rear door? Do you know which of those that was?
Can I look at my report?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please.
Can we get the data for the report of several?
Which report are you referring to, Detective?
November 16, 2020.
Okay.
The amended?
No, it's 16, the initial.
It don't say that. Okay.
It would be site M. M as in Mike.
Okay. So M is the one that you could connected through to the other side?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, I'm sorry, I thought you said M stopped at the B pillar.
Yeah.
Bless you. Excuse me, thank you. From the cold air, Judge.
It's freezing. My apologies, it's site K. K
Oh.
kilo.
A kilo. Okay. So when you are going through the rear of the car and documenting all of the strike marks, do you assign a letter to the one that you found in the B pillar?
That became site Q.
Okay. So in terms of the total number of projectiles that were fired from outside the car to the inside, how many were there? Sorry.
So we have 17.
And can you say the order of whether the ones to the back of the car happened first or the side of the car happened first on the outside?
No.
Can you say whether the shots inside the car happened first or the shots on the outside happened first?
Inside happened first.
So we talked a little bit about defensive wounds on that. Were there any defensive wounds on Anthony Williams?
No.
So there is testimony that there was a driver and a car. Could the driver, Portland Henry, have gotten that angular shot on Anthony Williams?
No.
Why not?
He would have to have a rather large arm. Like, he'd have to be Inspector Gadget.
So in terms of, did you measure the height of Mr. Henry?
Yes.
And what was that height? Can you refer to your
Or
report? Please let me know.
he's 70.5 inches tall.
Okay. And in terms of his arm length, did you measure that?
No, I did not.
No. In terms of the height to his shoulder, did you measure that?
No.
So with regards to the length of his arm, why do you say he'd have to have Inspector Gadget length arm to get that shot on Anthony Williams?
Because you would have to, it would be a very awkward position that his wrist is, no human wrist is simply capable of being in order to reach around, extend it out, and pull the trigger.
Okay. In terms of the intervening objects, how does that help you in saying where that firearm had to have been?
The firearm had to have been would be due to the headliner being there. I'm sorry, the head rest being there. That all puts it all in line with the backseat driver passenger.
Okay. In terms of the angle for the driver to get the shot on Christopher Thomas, is that possible?
No,
Why not?
because the injury to Christopher Thomas's cheek is an exact circle. And if Cortland Henry is pointing back from the driver's seat to the direction of the position of Christopher Thomas, you would expect to see a leading edge injury to his cheek instead of a perfectly circle on his cheek. On top of it, you would see more blood on the seat that Cortland Henry was sitting in for both. If he were to make both shots of those two individuals, there would be a substantial amount of blood on his seat.
Now, speaking about the rear passenger, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or identify who was in that seat?
The rear passenger,
Yes,
driver's side,
yes.
I was advised that it was
Objection, here's,
So, without going into that in terms of what you were advised, can you say, based on your own personal knowledge, who was sitting in that seat at the time of this accident?
that would be Mr. Timmons.
Okay. And how can you say that?
as we approach,
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, there was an objection to the last question and answer. I sustained it. You are to disregard the last question and answer. Counsel will repeat her question, but you are to ignore the last question and answer.
So, Sergeant Williams, can you give an area of the car with which the shots emanated from?
Yes.
And could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the car did the shots that killed Anthony Williams emanate from?
From the driver's side back seat.
As to the shot that killed Christopher Thomas, where did that shot emanate from?
Driver's side back seat.
Oh. Is it possible for there to have been two shooters inside that car?
No.
Why not?
There is no time.
So explain what that means.
So, Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again.
Okay.
There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very, a rather rapid event of firing.
Okay. Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the heart to stop beating, for there to be no circulation due to the wounds that I examined from the medical examiner's office. None of the wounds have any blood in them, which tells me that they're all ante-mortem wounds. So the time was long enough for the heart to stop beating.
Okay. Is there scientific or medical testing to recreate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's science, knowledge. It's I'm sure the medical examiner could say the same thing.
So in terms of, it's nothing that can be recreated with a live human.
Correct.
In terms of the number of shots, you said 17 outside the car. How many rounds were fired inside the car?
3.
And can you exclude the shots to the head for Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas as coming from outside of the car?
Yes.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that, for example, shot that was marked as H in the here, let's go to 6755. How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that shot H is not the one that wound up in the face of Mr. Thomas?
Because Mr. Thomas is already crumpling at this point, and he is actually he's in the clear, if you will, of site H.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that site H is not the shot to the back of the head of Anthony Williams?
Because side H continues and strikes Anthony Williams in the shoulder.
In terms of site K, the one that goes completely across the car, how can you tell that no one was sitting in the rear driver's side seat when that bullet came through the car?
It would have hit their legs.
Was there any sign of blood or anything on that seat?
There were signs of blood on the seat, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star? You've talked about it a little bit.
Blue Star is a chemical that is used in forensics. It's very similar to what most people know as luminol.
What's the difference between the two?
Luminol is a very caustic chemical, and it's not really healthy to use. It's effective, but it's not really healthy to use. Blue Star accomplishes the same thing. It still detects blood diluted up to 100,000 times, and it's not caustic.
Oh.
So it's attracted luminol and Blue Star. They're both attracted to the heme group of blood, primarily iron, and it will detect trace amounts of blood even after it's been washed. So if you have blood on your shirt and you throw it in the wash, and throw it in the dryer, and then hand it over to me, I'm going to tell you to put it back in the wash because there's blood on it still.
Okay. What if it's been 5 years?
You'll still get that result.
Okay. And what type of result are we looking for?
Or we're looking for blood.
And so what does it look like if there is blood?
So if there is blood, and that's the other difference between luminol and Blue Star. With luminol, the illumination of the luminescence of the blood, the heme group, is not as bright, and it is not as lasting. So you have to be very quick with your photograph in order to get it. With Blue Star, it is very bright, and it's lasting. So it's long enough for us to get a photograph of it multiple times, and if we need to, we can come back and squirt it again and duplicate the result if we're not happy with our photographs.
Okay. In terms of the luminol, does that destroy the DNA?
No,
Does Blue Star destroy DNA?
no.
So is there a version that the sheriff's office uses now? More so than the other? Is there a preference?
We primarily use Blue Star.
Before we end, is that something you could demonstrate during court as to how Blue Star works?
Yes,
Do you have some with you?
yes.
Okay. So you're going to state be asking you to do a demonstrative and how the Blue Star works?
You have the, show the council,
Counsel?
go ahead.
No.
Need some assistance there?
Detective Williams, if you would be so kind.
Show counsel, like,
Go ahead.
while they're doing.
No, I asked you, I see you move, so hold on now. He wants to take a look at it.
How Blue Star works?
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand one of your members needs to rest from break. We'll take a short recess to not discuss the case and form any opinion about the case and allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of no research. Just leave your notes, headline, here. Thank you. How? I thought, I didn't see any reaction, I didn't see you do anything, so I didn't think you were.
Oh, no problem.
That's why I said, go ahead.
He's getting old, Judge. He needs a little more time to look.
No, I apologize. All right, Mr. Simmons, need a direction break? Nope, all right, thank you, we're in recess.
Yes.
And so, wait, take a look at what the democracy is, any issue with that?
No, sir.
Jury ready? All right, we're all set, let's bring jury. Wait.
Yes. You got much more?
Jury entering. Thank you, please be seated, let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the accused attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury, or please remain on the stand. The vote, I think you're going to go over the demonstrative. Again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, the witnesses using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating the testimony. The witness says is the evidence, and not to be considered by you as evidence unless it's later received. All the items of evidence go back to the jury room during the deliberations. Proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Williams, can you explain what this object is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is the back seat of a Ford Explorer that was owned by the Broward Sheriff's Office. We were deadlining the vehicle and sending it to auction without seats. They gave me this for this demonstration.
Okay, so you had talked a little bit about Blue Star. Can you explain how Blue Star is used and how it is reinstituted or reconstituted, I guess would be the proper term, for use in this?
So we use Blue Star in any crime scene to locate blood. As sometimes when we have an investigation, there will be what is often referred to as cleanup, where the subject who committed the crime will begin to clean up the area to make it look like no crime happened.
And so when is Blue Star come pre-mixed or formulated?
No, so Blue Star comes with a not normally a garbage picker. So Blue Star comes in a container like this. It comes with a chemilucent solution, and then on top of that, it comes with 3 oxidizing tablets. All of that is contained in this box. I pour the solution into a sprayer bottle. I add 3 oxidizing tablets, and I gently stir it until the oxidizing tablets have dissolved. and once they're dissolved, it is ready to be applied. This is one of many chemicals that we use to detect blood.
And in terms of, is that one toxic?
This one is not toxic.
In terms of the time frame, once you mix it up, how long do you have to use it?
24 hours.
And when did you mix up that batch right there?
About 10 minutes ago.
And in terms of the seat that is in front of the lady from the jury that did the month, is it have any visible blood stains on it?
It does have some visible blood stains, and it has some non-visible blood stains.
And how do you know that those blood stains are on that seat?
Because I put them there.
And so, with your permission, Your Honor, if we could dim the lights, so Sergeant Williams could step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Blue Star works.
Yes, you may step down. Give the lights, please. Are you good enough for you, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
And so, Sergeant, you're treating the entire seat.
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't know where the blood could be, even though I placed it there. I don't remember exactly, so I'll spray everywhere, and then you see where it all is. You'll see that it lasts a pretty long time, and it allows us to identify where blood is. Everybody see that over there? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Travis, if you. Sergeant, I'm going to turn the television on again. So, Sergeant, did you have the opportunity to process the 2018 Jeep Compass in this case using Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
When you are processing it for Blue Star, do you take initial photographs to show how it looks without Blue Star on it?
Yes.
And is this one of those photos CSW 4835?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Travis, if I could bother you to dim the lights just slightly? Thank you. And again, going to the next photo that you took, which is CSW 4839.
That would be prior.
Okay. And this is CSW 4841. Again, is this prior to the application of Blue Star?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the application of Blue Star to the picture that was just shown. And it's illuminating blood and the driver's side rear passenger seat. And it clearly shows that somebody was seated in that seat. If you look at right here, that would be where the legs are. And it continues on to show where the buttocks were. And what's very telling is that there's no blood on the back of the back seat.
Why
Which
would
means that a back was leaning against it.
Why would you expect to see blood on that area?
Because that's going to be from the blowback from Anthony Williams.
And in terms of that seat, did you saturate it like you just demonstrated in court?
Yes.
And for the record, that was 4846. This is 4847. Going out to 4848.
So this is the same back seat, the same area, it's just from a different angle.
And is that kind of the wet the moisture that is showing up in some of the reflection in this photograph, is that the application of the
Yes,
booster?
from the previous photographs.
So going to this particular side, what are we looking at here?
So here again, you have the outline of buttocks. You have where the leg separation is. So there is somebody seated here. And then again, this whole entire seat has no blood on it. Where this area along here all has blood on it. So this void is indicative of an individual seated in this position.
So in terms of the seat that we're looking at right here, remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which seat in the car this was.
This is the driver's side back passenger seat.
Did you also do this same testing on the front driver's side, going to photo CSW 4863 for the record?
I did.
And is this seat also processed in the same way?
Correct.
Okay. Again, showing the moisture in this photo of 4865. Was this all done on the same day?
Yes.
And 4866?
That was the smear the transfer that I was talking about earlier. So I actually swabbed that area with a swab to collect the blood, and then I swabbed an area of non-blood, an area of non-blood, and that's what was submitted to the lab.
Okay. So going forward to 4868 and 4869. And so now we're looking at 4870. Where is that showing?
So this is the seat, and
Which seat?
this is the driver's seat, and the only illumination on the driver's seat is the very, very edge of the seat back on the outer portion or the interior portion of the driver's seat. And again, this is indicative of an individual seated in this seat, and that's why there's no blood here. The blood actually landed on the individual, and I'll take that out for you real quick. And it landed on the individual and a little bit on the seat, right around in here, and the rest of it was absorbed by the individual that was seated in that seat.
If there's blood on clothing, would it transfer to the seat?
If it's enough blood, it can transfer. If the clothing has already absorbed it, then it will. It generally will not transfer.
And so going forward now to the same Jeep, where are we looking at the Jeep in this picture?
This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evidence confiscation warehouse for the vehicles.
Okay. So did you use Blue Star again on the door of the Jeep?
I did.
Okay, so this, for the record, we are now 4875. What are we looking at in image 4875?
This is the driver's side rear compartment area with the driver's side rear passenger door in the open position.
Okay. So going forward to the next image, which is 4876, what are we looking at here?
You see that there's a reaction to blood on the door.
And so what does that tell you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Tells me that the door was closed during the shooting incident inside the vehicle.
And again, 4877.
It's the same thing.
So, Sergeant Williams, in terms of the stippling and powder tattooing, that was present on Mr. Thomas, would you give a range as to how far away a muzzle would have been from his face?
The range that I would give to that would be 8 to 12 inches.
And without the actual firearm that caused that wound, could you do a recreation?
I could not, but again, like I said earlier, this is a unique case where our shooting is confined to a known area with known confinement measurements, and it can be deduced.
Okay, so I want to go to what's been previously in evidence as State 30. On the photograph, we talked about the site K and the strike mark across the car. I want to go through, this is photo DSC 0403, DSC 0404, and DSC 0408. You are describing the speaker and things. Is this what you were talking about?
Correct. So if this door, the driver's side passenger door, was in a closed position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle, I would expect to see this projectile strike mark to be in the speaker. So that is indicative of the door being in an open position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Just one moment to confer with co-counsel. And in terms of on this particular strike mark that we're looking at here in State 30, this image, was this from inside the car?
Was the round fired from inside the car?
Correct.
No, the round was fired from outside the passenger side of the vehicle. It perforated the the passenger side rear door, traveled across the vehicle, and penetrated the speaker area on the driver's side rear passenger door.
I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Counsel, thank you. Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Let's go. Sergeant.
Sir, good. How are you, Mr. Howard?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I want to start by clarifying, you were initially asked to get involved in this investigation in November of 2021.
Correct.
More than 3 years after the actual incident, right?
Yes.
And your initial understanding was that your primary purpose, or at least one of them, was to disprove the notion that there was a drive-by shooting.
Not necessarily disprove it, just to determine if it was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. And you are aware that the person that claimed it was a drive-by shooting is Cortland Henry.
I believe so. I don't know who said that it was a drive-by. I was just asked to say if it was a drive-by.
Okay. And you are aware that when Cortland Henry made this statement, that this gentleman was nowhere around, right?
I wasn't part of the initial investigation,
Okay.
so I don't know if that was included in Miramar's investigation with that.
Okay. But what you are saying is whoever claimed it was a drive-by shooting was lying.
Was incorrect.
Okay. Not necessarily lying, mistaken maybe?
But if you want to call him a liar, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you had also indicated to us, we had a little demonstration with some cheers. And I want to start off there. You had indicated that you were of the understanding that there was some blood on Cortland Henry's shirt, right?
Correct.
Cortland Henry, who you understood to be the driver.
Correct.
And there was some blood on the front of his shirt and there was some blood on the back.
Yes.
And during your testimony, you sat in what would be the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
Now tell me something. Do you know what kind of firearm was used?
No.
What caliber?
40.
40 caliber?
Yes.
If a 40 caliber is fired inside a vehicle, will it make a noise?
Yes.
Will it make a loud noise?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Cortland Henry was sitting here, sitting in his seat, right?
Yes.
Based upon your reconstruction, there was blood spatter that hit the front of his shoulder. And I think your words were, and he was sitting still and not moving. And there was also blood spatter that hit the back of his shirt.
Yes.
Okay, so with a 40 caliber blasting in that car, you're saying that based upon your analysis, Cortland Henry was sitting still and not budging. That would be your analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that Christopher Thomas, who you believe to have been sitting in the rear passenger seat, had a defensive wound
Yes.
in his hands.
In one of his hands.
In his left hand.
Correct.
There was a gunshot wound,
Yes.
and that he was shot from 8 to 12 inches away.
For the cheek.
Okay. So, well, whoever was shooting at him when he had his hands up would have been a pretty bad shot to miss him from 12 inches away and hit his hand.
Well, I didn't say that he was 12 inches away during that shot. State never asked the distance for that shot. State only asked the distance for the cheek.
Okay. Well, you had indicated in your report that you took account of the width of the cabin of that vehicle.
Yes.
What was it?
50.
Feel free to look at your report. I don't want to. It's not a
I
big
think
question.
it's in my notes, but do we have the picture? Can State pull up the picture?
Should be in your notes. You have the same thing with all the pictures you just stuck it in?
It's state 77.
Okay.
.5 inches.
50.5 inches. And give us an estimation of what, well, not an estimation, a calculation of what that would be in feet and inches, so that we have a better.
So 4 feet, 2.5 inches.
4 feet, 2.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. So the entire inside cabin rear of that vehicle is less than 5 feet wide.
Yes.
4 feet, 2.5 inches, almost 4 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were saying that there was a shot. How broad was the width of Christopher Thompson's shoulders? You indicated that as well.
It was, I mean, for did the autopsy.
Yeah, sure. By the way, did you ever account for the width of Christopher Thompson's shoulders at all?
Yes, I think I got it off of the autopsy photos though.
Okay.
So, do we have them that I can review? To answer your question?
That would be state 75.
That's all of them?
That's for Mr. Thomas. And state 73 is Mr. Jones.
Do you have the one with him on the table with the scale?
That's not evidence. So, Mr. Howard,
I don't mind you looking.
that on a thumb drive or just on your computer?
I have it on the drive here.
Got it?
Yes.
How broad?
2 feet 6 inches.
2 feet 6 inches. So that's more than half of the 40 inches.
That is
More than half of the 40.
less than half. Right?
2 feet is
24.
24.
30.
6 inches is 30.
We have 50 and a half. So, yeah, a little over half.
A lot over half.
A little over half.
60% of the width of the vehicle,
Correct.
according to your measurement.
Right.
Okay, so that means the other person, if they were seated there, would have to be taking up less than 20 inches of space, according to you.
Right.
Okay? And in that less than 20 inches of space, you have a tape measure there?
I wish I did. I have a ruler, I think.
You have a ruler?
I think so.
Please. Thank you for that.
I like
No? Don't have it?
a little bit.
All right, so let's just work with our imagination.
Okay.
The total width of the rear of that vehicle is 50 inches.
Now that's the total width from the, where we measured it, which is going to be from the top. The inside from door to door is going to be larger. What I did was shoulder.
What are you measuring the top for? What, somebody was up on top of the vehicle?
No.
Oh, what are you doing?
Can we go back to that photo? Right, it's 4851, I think it is, or Right here.
4850?
So that's shoulder right there, Mr. Howard. That's shoulder length. It's going to be larger for the seating area.
That seems to be, if I'm not, at 51 inches is the entire width of the inside cabin of that big.
No, that's the shoulder. So it actually gets wider as it goes down.
What are you talking?
Can we pull up a vehicle? Pull up the vehicle. Just an actual picture of the vehicle.
But you're saying that shoulder?
That's the shoulder.
Okay, well, we're talking about shoulder.
No, you're talking about butts in a seat.
No, let's.
But butts in a seat is going to be bigger than shoulder. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay. I don't, but let me just continue my question and then you can. So the width of that shoulder space is 51 inches actually, not 52. Right?
50 and a half. It's actually 50 and a half.
Okay.
The
50 and a
angle
half.
makes it look larger.
And that's at shoulder width.
Shoulder, yes.
And Christopher Thomas's shoulders account for 30 inches of that 51 and a half.
For the
Correct?
shoulder, yes.
Okay, so the other person would have been inside of 20 inches of space on the other side.
Correct.
And firing a firearm inside that 20 inches of space minus the 8 to 12 inches between the muzzle of that gun and that face. Right?
Okay.
You agree?
I'm following along with you.
Okay.
But
Now-
can you sit back down?
I will. I'll be back. So I'll give you that he was shot in the face and not the shoulder, right?
What?
He was shot, Mr. Thomas was shot in the face and not the shoulder.
Here's shot. And are we talking inside the car or?
Inside the car.
Yes.
I'm talking about the face shot.
Right.
Okay. And however, the person who was doing the shooting is now confined within 20 inches of space, according to your analysis, and the muzzle of their gun was 8 to 12 inches away. Okay? I want you first to look at.
Can we just finish your first question?
I'm about to give it to you. At 6719. Now, first of all, you said you've been in law enforcement now for 20 years.
Just about.
You're starting your 20th year. And a recent promotion, congrats.
Thank you, sir.
In your 20 years of law enforcement experience, have you ever seen anybody fire a firearm like that?
I have never seen anybody fire a firearm because I'm always after the fact.
Okay. Well, you go to the range.
Right? Actually, we fire like that at the range.
You do fire like that at the range.
It's called close quarter shooting.
I'm talking about that picture. Well, that's up there.
So if
67.
this individual in the sunglasses was standing, that would be considered a close quarters shooting stance.
They're standing there outside.
Same thing. Same thing. If they're seated, it's close quarter. But can we go back to your other question on the inches?
First, let's talk one at a time. Okay? We're driving
Her crazy?
crazy.
Yeah.
Now, you've indicated to this jury that in your experience, you go to the range with your fellow officers and practice shooting like what we're seeing in that picture, 6119.
67.
6719. You want to
What's your glass?
Yes, that's close quarter shooting.
Okay. And when you say close quarter shooting, you're not talking about somebody holding a firearm in front of them You're talking about one to the direct side in the way that you have positioned those gentlemen inside that vehicle in your demonstrative shot 6719.
Can you restate that?
Okay. That image we're seeing,
Right.
6719,
Yes.
you've seen people fire firearms in the position of the gentleman in the dark glasses.
That is called close quarter shooting. And like I said, I am after the fact on any shooting, but the purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay. In any event, based upon your analysis, 6719 would be, image 6719 would be how the shooter would have to have been positioned in order to effectuate the shot that you say occurred, correct?
No. I stated that that picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters just like that.
Okay. Well, you did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one that you thought to present in your reports.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos.
Correct.
And we went through with the state multiple scenarios of different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle. And this is one of them of the multiple that were demonstrated.
So you're indicating that among these pictures here on this drive, there is another?
I believe there's three total.
Okay. May I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
6715 is one.
Okay. 6715, isn't that just?
Oh yes, that's correct. I thought that was standing up.
Okay.
I'll come up.
That's the state. Come on.
See? Sure, sure.
Well, actually, if you don't mind the witness testifying there, instead of me writing them down, why don't you just tap them as you go? That number is?
6722.
6722. Oh, this person is outside the vehicle, I see.
Correct. That's another demonstrative.
Speak up, sir.
That's another demonstrative.
I thought you said the person wasn't outside the vehicle.
No, you're misunderstanding or you're taking it out of context, actually. So the pictures that I testified to were all demonstrative photos of different scenarios for the shooting.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle.
No.
Okay, but
what I
what?
testified is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you're referring to are you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay, I'm asking for you to show me the other demonstrative scenario that you presented or that you devised in your examination with the shooter inside the vehicle?
There's another one outside right there.
I noticed.
There's another one right here, 6726.
You can make it bigger so we can all
I
see.
didn't know if you wanted me to.
No, please.
Another one outside of the vehicle.
Oh, he's outside again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Outside the vehicle. It's another one that we discussed during direct, where he would be up against the person seated in that seat
And where is the shooter?
outside of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Another one. We're only talking about Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that after reviewing all those photographs, the only demonstrative scenario you devised was the one that we discussed that is depicted in
6719.
6719?
67.
That's the only one.
Well, there's actually multiple pictures of 6719 at different distances, actually.
Okay, sure.
They're all in here. All
Do
of
tell.
these are all different distances for
This-
6719.
The screen is yours.
So you have this one. Let me explain this. There's two. That just shows the distance for that one. Another distance. There's another one. And
Wait a second. What number is that?
6720.
In 6720, the gentleman in the dark glasses is even in a more clownish, awkward position, isn't he? He's in a more awkward position, is he not?
He is in, actually, that's why I wanted you to sit down and finish your first question, because it would make a little more sense to finish that one to explain where you're going with this. Because where you're going with this isn't going to help if I can explain my thought process on the injuries and the distances.
You can retake the stand. Thank you. So, 6720. And the other similar photographs showing the two people in that position at whatever distance the muzzle of the gun is away. The person who got shot, Mr. Thomas, the person who did the shooting would have had to miss from that distance and hit Mr. Thomas in the hand, according to your scenario, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
not miss. I think he shot him in the hand.
Oh, he deliberately shot him in
I
the
think
thumb.
he was firing. So this is where you're not letting me sit down there to explain this. But you got to be there too.
Okay,
I don't fight.
let's sit down together.
I'll take that seat.
So we have a little gap between us, right?
Big gap.
It's almost 2 drinks.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Thomas. You're holding a gun, right?
you turned now.
Well, hell yeah, you're pointing a gun at me.
Okay,
So that's a defensive. Like, well, stop.
okay,
So that's where we're gaining distance now.
okay.
All right. So that's where that shot came in because what do you think? He's just going to go like that? There's no stippling here. So he's backing up. He's saying, whoa,
Right,
okay.
and
He
then,
gets shot.
and
And then
then,
looks down or looks out, somehow looks at his thumb and gets shot.
okay,
So I think that he's leaning to get away. He wants to get away. He has a gun pointed at him.
okay. So he's leaning to get away after he gets shot in the hand, and he says, oh wow, I got shot. Let me look straight ahead and get shot in the side of the
Or he
face.
could be opening the door to try to get out and get shot in the face. Because he's doing something that's making him look forward. So he's like this, don't shoot me, get shot, and now he's looking for an escape plan, and there's some reason he's looking forward.
That's everything you came down here to do. Right?
Well, yeah, because they let me do this.
Okay,
Let's just.
thank you. All right. I'm gonna move on to something else for you. You indicated I want you to take a look at 6722. This was a scenario that involved the firearm or the shooter being outside the car.
Correct.
And if you would observe in your depiction there, the person who's shooting is looking above the car and sticking his hand not quite inside the vehicle all the way, but up to maybe his elbow,
Beyond the elbow,
a tad.
well, I don't know approximately how much, but beyond the elbow.
And you
Almost to the armpit, actually.
and you opined during your direct testimony that you think it's not likely that the person could be standing outside and get that angle because his arm would have had to have been pressed up against the person in, assuming there was somebody there, in the rear driver's seat.
Correct.
And of course, that would be rude, and you wouldn't want to be rude in a shooting.
Well, I mean, if there was somebody sitting there also and you have a gun pointed at you, I would, it's human nature to try to probably hold the person. It's who is going to let somebody hold up against them and with a gun in their hand
Okay,
without taking any action whatsoever.
so part of your analysis here wasn't dealing with just trigonometry and common courtesy, that's being rude, but also your psychology of what that person would have done.
Not necessarily. So for this particular demonstrative, that is my answer. If you have somebody being rude and pointing a gun across you, I would say that it's human nature to hold it. You want to protect yourself. You would want to make sure that nobody gets hurt. But that didn't happen, and we don't have any blood directionality coming this way. So this scenario, although it was hoisted, is not possible.
I just want to be clear, the reason that's not possible is two reasons. One, the shooter would be being discourteous by pressing up against the person in the rear driver's seat, assuming somebody was there, rear driver's side seat. And two, because you are assuming that that person would have grabbed the arm and therefore it couldn't have happened that way. That is your science that makes this shot, not what happened.
And what you're forgetting to mention is the blowback that's on the headliner that would be part of this shooting incident, which I testified on direct that you would not have the blowback on the headliner if you had someone outside the car shooting Anthony Williams and shooting Christopher Thomas. So therefore, you added rudeness, so I disagree. I agree it's rude to hold somebody up against their car like that. But at the end of the day, it's not possible, based on the blood evidence and the trajectories of this, that somebody was outside of this vehicle shooting into the vehicle.
At the end of the day, it's just not possible. It didn't happen that way.
Correct.
Okay. And I just need this jury to be clear on why, at the end of the day, the shooter was not outside.
Because we don't have the blood evidence and the trajectory to line up with somebody being outside of the car.
Okay. We have another picture here of, is this just another angle? We're talking about 6729. Is this just another angle of that demonstrative that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And in your demonstrative, the person doing the shooting isn't even bothering to take a look at his target. He's looking over the top of the vehicle. You see that?
Well, I don't think that we need to be focused on what he's looking at. We need to be focused on the position of the gun and his arm, because those are the two, well, specifically his arm, because his face is not going to fire a gun. His arm and hand is going to fire the gun. So we need to look at where that gun and hand is in order to make that determination.
Okay.
And like I said, it's all demonstrative in order to throw out, not necessarily throw out in a negative way, but to throw out possibilities or scenarios.
Okay, so if this, indulge me because we don't have anything for me ready to demonstrate, but if this, for example, is the frame of the window, there's no way that the person could be like that inside and actually looking at what they're shooting? That's not possible to you.
So you're suggesting that somebody is reached fully into the car, stretching across somebody.
I didn't say anybody was in the rear passenger seat. You did. But
Well,
I'm asking
okay.
you, I'm asking you,
Excuse me, guys, one at a time.
I know. Thank you, Judge. I'm asking you if it's possible that somebody could actually have been looking through that window at where they're firing instead of looking at the moonlight.
So they would, if they're putting their body into the car, they would actually have to drop their arms down in order to obtain that shot for Anthony Williams, because it is at such a degree that it exits out the front of his head and into a window, through a window. So dropping your arms in there, I just don't, it's not possible.
Okay, you do realize we're still talking about Christopher Thomas, which is the person.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Yeah.
You realize we're talking about Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Who is the person that the photograph up on screen 6729 relates to.
Right.
Okay.
So
Let's deal with him before we get to Mr. Williams.
let me answer.
Okay.
So I testified earlier that this is one shooting incident without the possibility of changing guns. So therefore, both victims are included in a simultaneous shooting incident. So you can talk about Thomas or Williams. Specifically, you're talking about Thomas and an angle that could be obtained but keep in mind, what you're saying would have to be lined up with Williams as well, and that's why we can't agree to your theory. We have to agree to, your theory has to match the shooting incident, which is simultaneous.
Okay. I have not, thank God, been in a shooting incident myself. But I have seen on TV where somebody with a...
Speculation. Council does.
Repeat your question.
If somebody with a firearm said, freeze, don't move, could it cause the people inside that vehicle to freeze and not move?
When I work the streets, I tell people to freeze and don't move, and they keep running. So I would disagree.
That's your answer to that.
Action argument,
Sustained.
These people we're talking about in the scenario I'm presenting to you, sir, are seated inside a vehicle. And somebody is outside and says, freeze, don't move. Do you allow for that possibility?
The possibility that, no, you don't allow for it. I'm not allowing for it because we could sit here until we're both blue in the face and discuss possibilities. And the possibilities that you're suggesting, I don't agree with. Basically, the shooting happened from somebody inside the car. The blood evidence shows that it happened from inside the car. The angles show that it happened from inside the car. So any suggestion of it happening outside of the car I would not entertain because it's not possible.
Except when called upon to disprove the scenario that I presented to you, you can't do it with science and trigonometry.
action argument,
You're telling me that the scenarios that I presented to you are impossible because of your assessment of whether or not somebody would have grabbed his arm and whether or not somebody would have taken off running. Is that what you're saying?
So the scenarios that you're presenting to me do not line up with the angles into the bodies. Those angles are set. Those angles have been completed. They don't change. The angle into Anthony Williams' head does not change. The blood spatter that comes onto the headliner and the directionality that it's going, which is it's heading towards the back seat driver passenger, does not change. So anything that you suggest would not obtain the results that are inside that car right now.
Okay, let's move on. I want you to take a look at photo 6733. We can take a restroom break if the court doesn't mind.
All right, big building system, not to discuss the case, ladies and gentlemen. Don't form any opinion about the big bill, I want to discuss the case in closing, serving no research, just leave no peg on the chair.
water for the witness.
Yeah, it's one. No, this one is not even. Candy's good. Oh, okay.
I gotta keep the throat food.
Yes. I got one more.
Jury entering. All present? All right, let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demings, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. The witness remains on the stand. Our jury is present. You're still on your cross-examination, Mr. Howard. If you're ready, you may continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You know, I got excited. Let me get some stuff I wanted to get out the way.
Okay.
The firearm that you're using in all of these demonstrations is a 9mm,
Yes.
6 hour.
Yes. You look good.
Another thing, we went through the part of your testimony concerning all the potential GSR that you retrieved,
Correct.
identified, and you swabbed and sent to the lab for testing.
Yeah.
That. And you're aware that none of them came back positive definitively for GSR.
So there's 3 particles to GSR, and what was collected were 2 particle GSRs. So there's elements of GSR in there, just not all 3 of them. And one of them will diminish over time. Obviously, I came into it 3 years later, so the nitrates one will tend to diminish over time. The barium will be around, and the lead will be around, and that's the other 2 particles. So those will stick around because they're stronger metals, but the nitrates that burn, they'll disappear relatively soon, which is generally on the gunshot residue collection kit that there is. It's recommended to collect GSR within 3 hours of the shooting due to wanting to collect those nitrates so that you can have 3 particles. But just because there's not 3 doesn't mean that it's not there. What was collected were 2 particle GSR, which is 2 of the 3 particles of gunshot residue.
Okay. See if you can follow. For there to be a definitive determination that the particles that are being tested represent GSR, there needs to be all 3, correct?
Correct.
And there were not all 3 in this instance, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you think they weren't all 3 is because the 3rd one would have dissipated over time,
Correct.
and you were called in 3 years later.
Yes.
So the incompetence that would have occurred here, it's not your fault that what you're saying is this isn't your fault.
Well, I don't know if that's a fair question. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I collected what I saw.
Okay.
If I was there on day 1, there would be 3 particle GSR.
You're speculating that there would be 3 particle GSR, correct?
Well, it would be within the time frame.
Right. But you don't know that it would have come back as GSR because there was no definitive determination made on the particles that you collected, correct?
It's not that there is no definitive. So RJ Lee will generally want, I gave you that report. Can I have it back?
This one?
Yeah. So they have on there, I believe it says 2 particle GSR, there's over 9.
Is it correct that as regards the samples that you retrieved, the result of the testing was total particles characteristic of GSR 0?
Correct. So you, in order to have that, and have that back, in order to have that, you would need to have all 3. That's my argument. So if you look at the analytical results on page 2, where it says that there's total particles characteristics is 0, and then total 2 component particles is over 9. And it explains up here what 2 components are. And the 2 components, it says right here that 2 component.
You can't read from the report.
All right. 2 component and 1 component GSR are 2 component and 1 component particles are consistent with GSR.
But there is no definitive determination that an expert would make that it is GSR without all 3 components. Is that correct?
No, so you're missing the point. There are 3 components to GSR. The report that you just referenced states that they found 2 of the 3 components of GSR. Now, it is not normal for people to have in their car lead and barium. So lead and barium are going to be in the car from a GSR incident. So those are the 2 that were collected. The nitrates were not collected because it's 3 years after the fact for me.
Okay.
So,
Understood.
therefore, when it says 1 component, which is going to be the lead, 2 component would be the other, which is barium, they are characteristics of GSR. And on that report, it states that 2 component particles, there are over 9. So that is everything but the nitrates. And if it was collected on day 1, you would have the nitrates. So your argument is not right.
Okay. So let's go now to we're at 6729. That's the photograph with the gentleman looking at the stars. Let's go to 6730, get a clearer picture of 6730. 6731. This is another scenario that you posited.
Correct.
And in that scenario, you have someone holding the gun sideways and sticking their hand in the window like I have my phone in my hand right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't consider somebody back here sticking the gun in a way that would be natural to shoot as opposed to what you depicted.
So if I were to consider your scenario, the projectile would actually end up in the headliner and possibly through the roof, because that is a very sharp angle. You're on your knee and you're shooting in an upward position through the window, and it would not hit anybody but the car.
Okay, I'll give you that. This chair, you would agree, that I was trying to demonstrate on is lower than the car window. You'll agree with that?
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been on my knee. I was trying to give you a demonstrative. You can
Oh, you
appreciate
can't tell me that.
Okay. So if somebody were sticking their gun in a natural firing motion as opposed to sidearm at the back of that window at an angle that would have allowed the projectile to go through that window, that's not something you considered and thought maybe you might put in the picture as opposed to this guy with the sidearm action?
Well, again, we could go back and forth onto every possible scenario that you could have in your mind. I'm not going to entertain all of your scenarios. If you come up with one that would line up with the blood and the trajectories, then we can talk about that. But as far as your scenarios that are moot, I can't speak to them because they don't make sense.
Fair enough. Have you ever in your 19 plus years seen someone fire a firearm with their hand in the position that you see depicted in your demonstrative 6-7-3-1? Ever?
Well, as you said earlier, maybe in the movies.
A bad one.
Whatever movie you want to pick.
In real life, have you ever seen anybody at the range or anywhere fire a firearm in the way that you depicted that person in 67-31? Ever?
I don't recall, but it is a possibility that a firearm can be fired in that position without jamming and strike a target.
Okay. Now let's move to 67-32. Same picture, same angle.
Yeah.
Right? 67-33, same sideways gun angle from the other side of the car.
No, it's the same side.
I mean, the photo being taken from the other side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. 67-34. The gentleman is holding the firearm again.
Same position.
Same position. 67-35, same position.
Yes.
67-36, same position.
Yes.
Okay. Now, of all the scenarios you could come up with to put in your report and to have demonstrated, every last one of them included somebody holding a firearm at an angle that you have never seen anybody hold it in your life.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Okay. You were brought in to do a reconstruction, a shooting reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And prior to doing that, you observed the shooting reconstruction that Miramar did, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you took one look at it and you knew you had to start from scratch, right?
Yes.
The terms that you use is what Miramar did was the worst thing you had seen in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, because they used string and some kind of gum, putty,
Putty.
and first of all, in their depictions or in their reconstructions, they had the string sagging.
Yes.
They also had all the strings from all of the perforations tied to the same lamppost, right?
Yeah, to the ruler, like a ruler thing.
The ruler,
I think it was a ruler.
which didn't make sense at all.
No, that would surmise that the shooter stood there and made miraculous rounds.
Okay. And that, so just to be clear, what Miramar did before you took over was totally incompetent, in your professional opinion?
Improper characterization.
It lacked training.
Okay. When you said it's the worst thing you had seen in your life, your words, what you meant to say was it lacked training.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, I don't like to be rude, but it lacks training.
Okay. So if you weren't being rude, you would say that it was an incompetent exercise and investigation.
Sustained. Let's move on. You got your point.
Okay. Thanks. And then, when you took over, the first thing you asked the state to do was tell you who, strike that. Did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were? So, did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
The state advised me of who the defendants were.
Okay. And they asked you what? What was the analysis they asked you to conduct with respect to the two people they had already identified?
To determine if it was a drive-by shooting or not.
That was the only purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked the state to go and get you the heights of the two defendants that they had already identified, right?
Yes.
And they obliged.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take the measurements yourself?
Yes.
You have your report there?
Yes, sir.
I want you to refresh your recollection.
Objection, proper feature.
Sustained.
Okay. You determined. Give me a second. After you did you took measurements of Cortland Henry and of Melly, Jamell, right?
Yes.
And you reduced them, you memorialized them in your report, right?
Yes.
And you determined that Cortland Henry's height was 70.5 inches,
Correct.
which would be how much in feet and inches?
5 feet 10 and a half.
5 feet 8.5.
So 60 inches is 5 feet. So 10 inches after that. 5, 10 and a half.
5, 10.5? Okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't know. If that's 70 inches. Let's just leave it at that.
70.5, yeah.
And you determined that his shooting height was 60 inches.
Correct.
How did you determine that?
So that was from him standing in a standing position, his arm extended out at 90 degrees. A measurement was obtained from the ground to his neck.
Okay. Could you stand up, if you don't mind, Your Honor, and demonstrate what you determined was a shooting height?
Yes.
Okay. So, stay there for a second. When you say shooting height, stay silent, please. You mean pan out at 90 degrees?
No.
Okay. So, when you are determining, stay up there, please.
Yeah.
All right. So, when you say 90 degrees, you are assuming that that person was not shooting at that trajectory or that, correct?
No, not correct.
Okay, but your analysis only took that angle into account
No.
for the standing shooting height.
So you have two different heights. Sorry, two different heights
that are added to and made into account. So the one that we just talked about, and then we have squatting with the handle
Okay.
at 90.
All right.
So now we have what you just asked for, that window. Follow?
Okay. So you determined a standing shooting height of 60 inches, and you determined that by measuring the tip of Cortland Henry's arm from the ground with his arm extended at 90 degrees from his body.
Yes.
Okay, you can sit there. And then you also determined you called it a squatting shooting height of 28 inches. Right?
I keep tripping over this.
Oh, Mark? I'm sorry, what's your?
Sorry about that, Jeff. Anger. Just don't trick. Okay. And you also determined what you refer to as a squatting shooting height of 28 inches, right?
Yes.
And when you say squatting, I think the demonstration you made was doing so,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
You know,
And you determined that to be 28 inches.
yes.
Okay. Now, for Jamell Demons, you determined him to be 4.5 inches shorter.
66 inches.
His standing shooting height was,
57 inches.
and his squatting shooting height was,
31 inches.
so even though he was 4 inches shorter, his squatting shooting height was 3 inches higher than the taller person, Cortland Henry.
Yeah, so torsos, they can have a longer torso than Henry. So you can have longer legs but a shorter torso, or a longer torso but shorter legs. So that's how that
Okay.
works to be that way.
So essentially what you're saying is that Cortland Henry has so much more of a deeper squat or a shorter torso that when he squats and extends his arm at 90 degrees, it is 3 inches lower than someone who is 4 inches shorter than him.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
That's what you say, right? Okay. All right. Now, what did you use these measurements what did you use them for? How did you use them in your analysis?
So
So these measurements were used to determine a minimum and a maximum shooting distance from the vehicle.
Okay. I want you to tell me, and you were talking about the perforations that were on the outside of the vehicle.
And to the and yeah, anything from the outside of the vehicle, nothing on the inside.
Okay. So I want to use this red pointer. And let's say, for example, you had an angle like so, right?
Okay.
Into the side of the vehicle. How would you use somebody's height to determine where they were?
question on our outside scope of direct. We may have
So, not so good. Let's assume this rod was at that angle. Okay, a perforation in the vehicle taking that angle.
Okay.
You would agree with me that somebody standing here and shooting could make that angle.
Yes.
And somebody taller than me standing here could make that angle as well.
Yes.
Okay. And this is not the outside of the car. This is the outside of the car. just for purposes of this demonstration.
Okay.
And somebody shorter than me could be here and make the same angle, correct?
Yes.
So, in order for you to come up with a distance for a shooter, you would have to be locked in to whatever that height is, right?
No.
No? Okay, tell me how.
So you could take, just going to refer to that worksheet that I showed you earlier. I'm going to try to do this as painless as possible.
Thank you.
So, in order to get minimum, just stick with me here. In order to obtain minimum and maximum distance for a shooter, when you have a known height, I would take, let's say for instance, the minimum height. I would take the minimum height minus the strike mark height, times that by the tangent of the angle, times pi divided by 180. Now, that being said, say I don't have a distance, or I'm sorry, a height for the shooter. And when you don't have a height for the shooter, you would somewhat reverse these numbers. I'm just going to say somewhat, just to make it easier to understand. You would somewhat reverse these numbers to where you would obtain a minimum and maximum height for a shooter. So,
But you'd have to know where the shooter was standing.
no.
Okay.
So once you have your strike mark, your entry, right? And I put the rod in there, and I get a height of the rod, I get a height of the strike mark, I get a length of the rod, and I get an angle, right? So from there, I would be able to work backwards to determine a minimum and maximum height for a shooter.
Okay.
And that I recently did with an outside agency from the sheriff's office, where they brought a car to me and wanted to know what the possible heights of the shooter are. I can only give a minimum and a maximum, and I gave them a minimum and maximum height of, and just stick with my answer here, of between 5.47 feet tall and 5.95 feet tall. And I said, hold on, can I just finish?
Okay.
And I said to them that it looks to me that the shooter was directly in front of this car, right at the very bumper, when he fired into, or she fired into this windshield. The detective then showed me the video, and it's exactly what happened. The shooter was directly in front of the car. So that tells me that my math was correct, and giving them and determining his distance, and then determining a height. So you have to inverse the trig in order to get the answer to your question. and that we could be here all day doing all that math.
Okay. Let me get back to my question in this case.
Right. I thought I answered it.
Okay, because in that other case, they had a video showing where the person was and how tall they were, but they called you in to tell them how tall they were in the video, right?
But I didn't know that they had that video.
Okay, all right. In this case, you talk about the length of the rod
Correct.
as being part of the constant, part of the things you know.
Yes.
Okay. The length of the rod is meaningless unless the length of the rod is supposed to represent the distance from which the person is standing.
No.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that in your trigonometry, if this rod were half the distance and not as long as it were, as it is, you would get a totally different number with that same trajectory. Is that what you're saying?
With that same trajectory, can I put it in my formula here again?
I want you to answer my question.
I can't do it without doing the math. I don't know your answer right off the top of my head. That's an unfair question.
Well, let me ask you a different one. You said one of the things that you know is the angle of insertion or the trajectory into the car and the length of the rod.
Correct.
And I'm asking you that if you do your analysis with a rod that is half that length, will it change your analysis at all?
The length of the rod, keep in mind, the length of the rod is based on the terminal end of the projectile.
That's one end. The length of the rod
So
is
what's sticking out from the hole, from the entry, that's what gets measured. Not the whole rod. So the whole rod going in to terminal, what's sticking out of our hole, if you will, that's the measurement when I say length of rod.
Okay, and the only significance of the length of the rod that is protruding from the hole, the only significance is if the end of that rod is supposed to tell you where the person is, because otherwise the length of the part protruding does nothing other than to indicate the trajectory to you.
The length of the rod has nothing to do with where the person is.
Okay, fine. So, if you have nothing but an angle, you don't have the person's height, and you don't have the distance away from which that person was, you're telling this jury that you can determine the height of the person with nothing more than a trajectory rod, and it's based on the length of the rod.
Based on more than that.
But you do not have the variables of where they're standing, and you do not have the height of the shooter.
I can get the height of the shooter.
Okay. One of the things that you would do in your analysis if you were on this case in the exception is take measurements of the actual shell casings on the scene, right?
100%.
And you would do that in order to try and triangulate where that person may have been standing.
Correct. So the firearm is obviously going to eject, most of them eject to the right. So they'll eject to the right. It's a spontaneous distance. However, it's something of significance that would want to be documented.
Because it gives you some idea of where the person may have been standing.
It gives you an idea of, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And in this case, the Miramar Police Department did not take any of those measurements.
Correct.
Okay, and that handicapped your investigation, at least in some manner.
It didn't necessarily handicap it, but it could have made it for a more, it could have made it more, or just brought it more together if the measurements were there. So if I bring the car out there like I did, and I have measurements of where these shell casings are, and then I have measurements of where my shooters are, and then I can I can make a diagram of where my shooter is, where the casing is, where the shooter is, where the casing is. That would make for a more precise report.
Okay.
Which is, we measure everything. We measure all of our casings at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Now, in doing your analysis in this case, and we're talking about the analysis concerning who may have shot into the car, the universe of people that you were considering were the two defendants that the state identified, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if anybody else on the planet shot into that car, that wouldn't be a consideration that you made in your analysis, correct?
The shooters that were presented to me is what I'm here to testify about. I can't speak for anybody else.
Okay. So your analysis is limited to an analysis of the two people who the state identified.
Correct.
Okay. And in doing that analysis, you at first determined that it was more likely that Mr. Demons shot into the car than Cortland Henry. Right?
Correct.
And then we took your deposition. Right?
Right. And then I realized that I used his actual height for the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you revised your report and you then concluded that it could have been either one of them.
It could have been both for the entire event on the outside of the car.
Okay. Do you think that the fact that you only came up with Mr. Demons initially was influenced by the fact that that's what the state was telling you?
No.
Oh,
I think that it was influenced by the fact that, as you stated earlier, with your demonstrative there with the rod, when I used his actual height, it made him taller.
okay. So essentially, you had made a mistake because you used the wrong numbers, right?
Because for the back of the car, I used his height.
Okay. And when you revised it, you determined that it could very well have been Cortland Henry that shot into the side of that car.
It could be both, actually. So it brought Mr. Demons' height to where it should have been for the back of the car. For the back of the car and the side of the car, it could have been both of them.
Okay. Now, when you did your assessment of this vehicle, you said you were wearing these smart suits, right? And it was so as not to contaminate the scene.
To contaminate the car, yes.
The crime scene, and the crime scene in this case was the car,
Correct.
the interior of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you discovered two projectiles that had been sitting there for 3+ years and had not been discovered.
Correct.
And you also determined that there was blood splatter on the headliner that had not previously been detected.
Blood spatter.
What is it?
Splatter.
Spatter. Okay. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that car had been searched at least 3 times before.
I had no idea how many times it's been searched.
Okay. And do you know if they were wearing smart suits when they were rummaging through the car?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Now, the blood on Cortland, the blood on that yellow, what was it, a jacket?
I don't know quite what that was.
And I want to show you,
Or something.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. Matter of fact, let me put it up here.
Can I look at them first, sir? Sure. It's just this or something.
Nice.
Just want to talk about these.
Yeah, just-
Let me give you a paper clip for those.
While I go up there with that, you need that. Oh, can we take a break? This needs to be good.
All right, we need to please.
Please.
All right, we'll be in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just leave no page on the chair. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Allow anyone to discuss the case because it's a personal research. All right? Joey, entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the evidence of the defendant, his counsel, his assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, all witnesses, hands on the stand. Counsel, we continue to the cross-examination of the sergeant.
Thank you. Sergeant, I want you to look at this exhibit. Now it no longer has the number on the back. Was it?
31. 31?
31. State's Exhibit 31 is this yellow jacket. It's a composite exhibit, so it has multiple photographs. And it concerns, at least part of it, the yellow jacket. See that?
The yellow jacket?
Yes.
Yes.
And here is a closer view. Okay? What I want you to do first is tell me whether or not this, you can determine if that is a knit fabric or it is the fabric consistent with outerwear such as a jacket. Can you determine that from your view?
I think I might need the photo back again.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to come to you?
Cool. Are you done? What you say?
Yes, it looks like some type of knit fabric, but almost similar to a curtain.
A curtain?
Like very not like silk, but somewhere like a thicker fabric.
Okay, like some kind of a little. Well, let me. Take a. I'm not sure polymer is the right word,
Well,
but
that's a plastic.
yes.
You think it's plastic?
Okay, this is an outer raincoat.
Is it in evidence?
I suggest using the USB. It's going to be a lot better quality.
I'm being offered some assistance. And we're going to check. Thank you.
Oh, that's much better.
Oh,
Thank you. See that?
Yes, so yeah, this picture is much better. This is some type of rubbery type surface.
Right. Okay. And because it's this rubbery outer garment kind of raincoat, but you could tell that this was some kind of a smear.
Correct. So blood dries from the outside in, and in my opinion, can you keep it still 1 second there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the full view for you.
So this is, to me, as I testified to another item, and I don't recall if it was this one, but so this is, it was to the seat. So this is what's called transfer, which is a blood-bearing object touching a non-blood-bearing object.
And in this case, the non-blood-bearing object would be the jacket.
Correct. So the blood-bearing object resembles, let me make sure I'm still in drawing, yep, a finger.
Okay.
And also another finger. Specifically, and I'm going to put it in a different color so that it can be noted. Specifically for that second one that I identified, specifically right here. That would be the curve of that finger coming in, joints, joint. It looks like a finger. So it's a blood-bearing object being a hand touching a non-blood-bearing object. And the blood-bearing object had enough blood on it that it caused it to actually spill over, if you will. So all of this spilt over when it was laid down or whatever. And then, as I said earlier, blood dries from the outside in. And since it was dry, the outside was molested, and it was molested down here, and then that transfer ended up coming over to here as well. So it was touched at least 2 times by a subject with blood on their hands.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for all of that.
Okay, thank you.
But what we're looking at there, you're saying you see 2 fingerprints there?
Hold it still.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got my fancy drawer here.
Wait, before I go there, strike that.
Hold on.
You see the ridges within that blood mark right up top there.
So the ridges that you see are actually the ridges of the item itself.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So these ridges are the coat and not a fingerprint, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you're saying, notwithstanding the absence of ridges consistent with a fingerprint, you have identified by shape that whatever bloody surface transferred the blood onto this item were at least 2 fingers.
Right, so can you zoom it back out?
Sure.
And
Like so?
let's get the whole thing, bring it up a little, maybe center it. There we go.
All right.
And so what I'm saying is it resembles, it's consistent with a finger. So again, you have a finger. Whoa, how did I get so big? What did I do wrong? I got it, never mind. Okay. So you have a finger here, and you have the knuckle and a knuckle of your hand, and then you have the other finger here, right here, which these resemble fingers, knuckle, knuckle. And then again, as I stated, that blood drives from the outside in. This blood over here was all not dried yet, and then you have some molestation of this blood by an unknown object to me, and that originates actually at that crest where it's an empty spot, and it comes down this way. So, but as I stated earlier, there is enough blood on this suspected hand that when this, we'll call it a raincoat, was laid down in the back of this Jeep, that it allowed for pulling to extend out, and that's a substantial amount of blood for that raincoat.
Okay. All right. So the question that I wanted to ask is whether or not you had an opportunity. I guess I need to stick this.
They're charging you for this assistance.
I'll pay.
Big one.
Thank you so much. Now, this was Cortland Henry's shirt from which blood was retrieved, right?
Okay.
And as distinguished from the jacket, which had a material that allowed you to determine that it was a transfer smear, on a fabric that's a knit like this, you can't tell whether the blood on that is from some sort of transfer, right?
So if the shirt, first of all, it's inside out, so I can't really make a determination on it as it is. However, if you have this shirt where suspected blood is, and you spray our fancy Blue Star on it, the Blue Star will show spatter or smear or transfer.
Makes sense. So that if the hand that might have touched that jacket did like that, it would appear as spatter.
So the hand, if that touched the jacket, just like flicked it, is what you're saying?
Well, if in some way the hand was moving quickly and blood came off the hand onto the shirt,
it would appear as spatter.
It would appear as cast off.
Okay, which is different from spatter. You're saying-
It's all part of bloodstain pattern, but it would appear as cast off.
My question to you is the blood that was retrieved, that was found on Cortland Henry's shirt, you don't know how it got there.
I posited that the blood from the front of his shirt is from Anthony Williams' blowback, and the blood on the back of his shirt is from Christopher Thomas's two rounds that he took.
I understand that.
But do we have a picture of this shirt the other way around as it would be worn?
I don't know.
I know you posited that it was blowback, and just to be clear, your scenario was him sitting still with a .40 caliber being shot from behind his neck, and he does not move, and it came back onto him and splattered, right?
Well, I don't blame him for moving. I mean, we have a firearm going off. I don't think I would move either.
Okay. Okay. All right. And it's not this. Where is it's a white t-shirt.
Yes.
Okay.
Up with the pictures?
I think we go this way. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Is there any way to rotate it, Mr. Howard? So rotate it to
Yeah.
position,
Yeah.
perfect, and then zoom in.
You're saying that it's not possible that that could have.
Oh, can you wait that?
Didn't do that.
It's sensitive.
You're saying that it's not possible that the blood on that shirt got there any other way than a blowback.
That is not cast off at all.
That is blood spatter from somebody being shot. That's
Correct.
the only possible way that
And
could
it's
have happened.
actually relatively consistent with the blowback that's on the headliner as well.
Okay. So I'm just understanding that your opinion is that there's no way that that blood got onto that shirt other than blowback from a gunshot.
Correct.
Okay. And your reasoning is?
Well, he was wearing the shirt. He was seated in that position. A gun strikes Mr. Williams. The blowback goes into the air and lands on him, lands on the headliner, lands on the back seat.
Okay. So all of the reason why you're saying that it's impossible that it got there any other way is because you're assuming that he was sitting in the seat, in the driver's seat at the time the shot was fired.
Well, I'm not assuming because it's clear in the pictures that there is no blood on that seat, and the explanation for that is because somebody is in that seat.
And it's Cortland Henry, you know that for sure.
If whoever is driving that car,
Okay. So the car was moving at the time these shots were being taken?
whoever was driving it, whoever was seated in that seat.
Whoever was seated in that seat. at the time.
Correct.
Okay.
But that's cast. Can I look at the back one?
Okay. That's actually not front.
That's the sweatshirt. This is the t-shirt he's asking to see.
He wants to see the back.
That's the back.
Okay.
The back is the large logo.
Okay. The back.
Yeah, that's not going to be.
I didn't do that.
I think you did. That's not transfer either.
Okay, that's definitely coming from blowback.
Yes.
Okay. And your, the reason that you are saying that is?
It's shape, it's consistent with, and it's coming down. It's coming from a up and down onto the shirt, and it can try not to touch it.
I'm not.
So, all right, let me use white. So this is actually white. So this is actually coming down. This is coming down also. So this is coming from above. I'm sorry, I'm losing the microphone. This is blood coming from above the shirt. So that's not going to be transfer.
Okay.
So this is blood that's in the air and coming down onto the shirt. And that's what I'm reading in these photographs for the back of the shirt.
Okay, you done with that?
Yes, sir.
And the only way that blood can come from up down onto a shirt is if it's coming out of a wound when a bullet hits the person.
Correct. So it's going to be coming, and it's not necessarily that it's going to be. It's, you know, if you shoot somebody in the arm, it's not necessarily going to cause as much blowback as the head. So the head is the one that's creating the majority of this blowback.
Okay. Now would be a good time, yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pick it up tomorrow, so remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. Just leave your notepad on your chair, just to get everybody back on all the time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Judge, it's okay to leave my up here.
Just 1 second. Let the word reflect the, step down, not remain while the defendant, and the assistant attorney, anything to discuss, guys?
Good morning, today, this afternoon, the council filed a notice of deposition for this Friday without consulting with myself on this submitted all as our availability. I am not available for a deposition on Friday. I have other hearings and things instead of the time that's selected. So I was going to ask John, I would keep the conditions to be in perhaps tomorrow, have it set for tomorrow afternoon, and to go about on the depot for afternoon, because I think we will finish with Sergeant Williams, and then there's one of the records custodian for the morning that's a quick witness, and then we could do the afternoon to take the deposition.
Are you going to be involved in it? Is that following that?
Are you going to produce it?
I have been trying to serve the witness, he has failed to. So I'm trying to.
The only reason I did that, Your Honor, and it's my fault, is he just recently got a new address on this witness. It is Trevino and Glass. That was one of the witnesses that I had filed a motion for better address. Got a better address and tried to serve him as various addresses. I filed numerous motions to exclude him. Judge Siegel would not grant that and basically said if the state produces him, we'll recess and take his deposition. As soon as I got that new address, the depot, they want to produce them tomorrow afternoon.
You don't have a subpoena.
Oh, yes, we do. We do. We served a person at that house.
His mother was served. His mother was served at 5 o'clock last night.
So we scheduled it for Friday because that we know, we're off on that. And we need time to transcribe that witness if the state is going to, call him as a witness, and we didn't want any delay. If they want to produce them tomorrow, and the court wants to recess early, I'll do whatever they want.
Judge, my concern is that defense counsel said this unilaterally, and I've been here next to the last day. They obviously pointed out, are taking steps to this serve, but there's no steps to coordinate with the state. They have to do that. I cannot do this witness. I cannot have service on him to get him to show up for a deposition on that. So I would just ask Your Honor.
And stop it for a second. Do you have service on for the trial?
We made several attempts, and in fact, Your Honor, I spoke with him myself. He indicated to me that he was not coming, and I asked him if I could arrange transportation, arrange a hotel. He said if I sent a plane for him, he would not show up. Those were his comments.
Well, and so then to follow up as to the next statement that he made to Ms. Smith, would you be kind?
Yes, Your Honor, he did in fact tell me that he felt concerned for his safety, and the state requested him to be here in Broward County was a risk in his life, and that the state had no concern for his safety, and he refuses to come here out of fear.
So
He refused to say who, Judge. I did ask him if he was threatened or requested not to appear by anyone, not insinuating from any person. He said, what do you think? And I said, I can't speculate. And he refused to further comment.
do you have service on?
We have a subpoena served, I think, on his mother, accepted service for Friday at 10:30.
And I'm waiting for the affidavit, or I can file it.
And yes, ma'am.
I know that, and for Judge Siegel on a hearing on a different case on fighting
What case?
Calvin Smith, that is a 2007 triple homicide, that he has been in and out of the hospital with regards to his placement, and he hit his mark 5 years for continued incompetence or his remaining.
How long is your hearing?
It is scheduled for an hour from it's scheduled from 11 to 12 on that. They set the deposition without any notice of defense coordinate with myself for 10:30.
Understood, and I understand we're supposed to try to coordinate with you, but regardless of that, because the circumstances in this case, or you suggest, it's all speculation, but if Ms. Smith indicated that he indicated he wasn't going to cooperate in any way, shape, or form, chance of him showing up at this deposition or swimming up.
Agreed. My concern though is that this is the second deposition we've had the discussion, and the next thing I have to bring up with Your Honor is we're going to have to coordinate an additional deposition because defense had deleted a witness from the witness list in March of 2022, and then now they just told me today that they are going to add that witness back on. So I canceled the previously set deposition of this witness, and so now they're putting this on again last minute in terms of that. So we need to have court intervention as well as to that scheduling and making sure it's available to that.
May I respond to that? She provided case law last week, I think last Friday, which now requires us to put that witness back on.
And we agreed to produce him next week.
Whatever she wants.
At Thursday.
Who's the one?
It would be our cell tower expert, our cell phone.
So you pick a date next week, you do? What's the?
Yes, the coordinate.
Tell me whatever day she wants. So we made attempts to coordinate, and they failed to make attempts.
We'll coordinate.
We're just asking for the same person.
No, we
This morning, I said, give me a date.
I
And so
think that's a non-issue. Next week, they've agreed to produce this cell tower expert. So let's go back to the witness, I forget his name.
Carrying on glass.
So assuming, are you available on that date?
not at certain times, but I also have been scheduling all my
I understand.
Yeah, I have a judge flying in the morning, and I have a deposition at the jail at 1 p.m.
All right, so I don't know, how long is this deposition supposed to take if he shows?
It's set for 10:30. I would imagine that we would finish certainly by Well, if he doesn't show, we'll be out the door at 11. If he does show, I anticipate the depot will take somewhere between 1 and 2 hours.
So, Your Honor, I also have another hearing that morning starting at 8:30. I am before Your Honor on the co-defendant on this case. I have 3 other hearings, Judge Davis, Judge Fine, and Judge Z.
They're not going to work with you on either rescheduling, somebody standing like with Mr. Henry's case. I mean, that's just a status.
No, there's been a motion set filed by defense.
Absolutely.
So,
I can reschedule. It's not an issue. We talk to the defense and you're in trial and we're trying to pick a jury. I mean, I'm not going to pick a jury, but I think that position of a witness, that takes priority.
of course, Your Honor, I agree, but my just concern is that there's no professional courtesy from defense to this state.
I agree with
So we
you.
just move it to the afternoon. I'm available later in the afternoon if
They
you
don't
do
have
it.
service on the witness in the afternoon. They have service on the witness in the morning. Where's the deposition supposed to be taken?
Was Zoom deposition?
Well, we changed it to a state attorney.
That's the state attorney.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make it easy.
And this is a witness that is not local and doesn't live here? So is the deposition been served via Zoom or is it via personal service through our neighboring travel? Because this would be a witness that resides outside of the jurisdictional bounds of Broward County, and as such, we would be required to travel to his location to take depot approval of criminal procedure.
A lot of information here. You got service on through his mother, but it's not his residence?
It is whatever the address they gave us, and they just gave it to us last week. We immediately attempted, and we knew we needed. We figured we would take the depot on Friday, so that we would have time to transcribe it and not cause any delay. Because we're under the impression, and Your Honor did not grant the motion to exclude these witnesses that we've attempted to take depots, attempted to serve them in numerous places over the last 2 years. They are listed as A witnesses. I suggest to the court that they are material witnesses if they show. And we're doing everything we can under the circumstances not to delay this. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I understand what you said, I heard it. So this is my thought. I don't know if you have hearings with tomorrow. You mentioned Judge Fine, you mentioned Judge Siegel. I don't know what Judge Fine's schedule is or not. I don't know what Judge Siegel's schedule is or not, but I'm sure that it's something that we can work out. I know it's the case you have with me, I'm sure it's something we can work out. So,
Of course, sir. But again, I'm just being told now that I'm supposed to now provide the room.
I agree with you about you should have been noticed. I don't have any issue with it.
I take full responsibility and I apologize.
But the question is, what are we going to do next?
Well, if it's on Zoom, that's a lot easier, because then I can jump on and go from there. But for defense counsel to then all of a sudden make this here in person without any notice to the state is highly irregular on that. This is still going to be on Zoom. The witness can show up and then be told, we moved it to this afternoon when everybody is available, and move it 3 p.m. after Ms. Smith and I are available to take this witness's deposition.
So is it on Zoom?
We served them on Zoom, for Zoom, and we changed it because of how material he is.
So it's not on Zoom, it's supposed to be scheduled in person.
Yes, sir.
We'd be fine with striking the witness if the state
I mean, exactly. If they say they talked to him and he's not coming, just remove him from the witness list, for God's sakes. I mean, we've been trying to take his depot for 3 years, Judge.
So we'd be happy to go forward and for very much because they feel threatened and can't be here in court.
All right, so this is the way we're going to handle it, all right? The guys noticed to be deposed. Now it's not a Zoom deposition, it's in person, it's inconvenient, it should have been noticed to you, da-da-da. I agree with all that. We're in trial on a serious case, state seeking the death penalty. I mean, sometimes we have to change. You're able to get service on the witness list if he shows up. So if you need assistance with any of the judges, I'll take care of it. You let me know who it is. I'll either reschedule those hearings. I'll ask my office to do that. And we'll contact the judges, just tell them that you're incapacitated because you're taking a deposition.
Another problem, and just so I want to make sure that travel has been arranged for this witness, if we're doing it in person.
But I don't think travel.
Pardon me?
It's not a 2-hour drive, I believe, from his house here.
I don't know any of that. Candidly, I don't typically arrange for travel or have it, but whatever the rules provide for, that's what the rules do.
If there's any travel expense, if he shows, we'll reimburse him.
All right, so let's just see what happens. My guess is if Ms. Smith's conversation is correct, he's not going to be here anyway. So let's just see what happens. All right?
May I suggest that the state attempt to call him tonight or tomorrow and see if he's going to show?
Or strike him.
Or in the alternative, strike him. I mean, Judge, we've tried like numerous times to get these witnesses.
For years.
I mean, we're in the middle of the trial. I mean,
Yeah, Judge, may I just say that there has been this ongoing problem with respect to these witnesses. This particular witness now, we're being provided an address and simultaneously being represented by the state. He's not going to show it. So we should probably stop with the charade regarding this particular witness and just strike it. If they're saying he's not going to be available, I don't know why we'd be jumping through hoops to waste our time. Just strike him from your list and we can all move on.
Well, there's other remedies available to the court or the state.
I'm not going to go around in circles, all right? So if the witness shows up for deposition, he shows up for deposition, and if he's going to testify, he'll testify, and we'll see what he says on Friday, is it? All right, so you just make yourself available for that. If you need the court to contact other judges to let them know what's going on, I will.
Yeah.
All right, so just leave it as it is, and when are you going to let that council know the date you're taking cell tower experts?
I'm looking in terms of scheduling and whatnot on that. We can do it on.
exactly.
I'm gonna have to do a couple of scheduled juggling on that because I just found that out. So I have other outside issues that I have to deal with.
Can I ask you just to have a decision by, let's say, noon tomorrow as to when the witnesses will appear? Does that work for you, counsel?
Yes, Judge.
And this is not the witness in Hawaii?
No, he will be here. That was the other thing, is we were supposed to start this defense on the 10th. Are we still on track to start our case on the 10th?
It's not wrestling tomorrow.
So, assuming that when this witness, his testimony is completed, who do you have next?
I have some record custodians, and then I have lots and lots of videos and photos to publish with the jury that have already been admitted.
And when do you anticipate doing that?
Tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll have other witnesses that aren't available until the 10th of July.
What other witnesses?
The lead detective for law.
So, and how long do you anticipate the lead detective that's Moretti, Detective Moretti, is that right?
40 some odd search warrants that were written and issued and signed on this case.
Just give me an idea of the time, estimate. I'm not trying to hold you to it.
At least a day on direct, maybe longer. I couldn't.
So you say he's on for at most 2 days?
Maybe 3. I wouldn't say just in terms of there's an hour and some long video to watch with him as well.
So it's not going to be on the 10th? Is he available next week? You want to do this? I mean, I know I told the jury, or I think your thing said we're out next week, but,
Correct.
that's no good, but, the following week on the 10th,
And you're,
you go to the 10th, I'm sorry, 10th, 11th.
can we approach on scheduling?
I don't know what you've arranged or not arranged, it's, good for the goose, it's all for the gander, they say.
I think that's a good, correct statement.
You can work it out, and if you need assistance with other judges on scheduling for, the deposition, you step by the fence without, the courtesy of letting you know, up front, you let me know, I'll assist you with that deposition, go for it.
Understood that. Can we have an order though from Your Honor that no other depositions will be scheduled without coordination with both parties?
We let the coordinate on in order to do that, the rules of procedure, it's in there, do the best you can, all right?
Yes, sir.
Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you all, appreciate it. We're adjourned. Stewart?